Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee on Valentine's Day 2022. We're going to start by having committee members introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with Senator Searway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you, Senator. Next, I'll go to Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and Wayne.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pluker.
Thank you.
Good morning to all. Bill Pluker, I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton.
Okay. We introduced everybody.
I'm still doing introductions, Senator. Next up, we have Representative Pickett.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116 in the Western Mountains of Maine, towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Peru, Canton, and Hartford.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm Representative Charlotte Warren. I live in the city of Hollowell, which I also represent, and I represent the towns of Manchester and West Gardner. And I will ask my co-chair, Senator DeChambeau, to introduce herself.
Good morning and happy Valentine. Anybody say that today? Come on.
I started us off with a Valentine's Day reference.
Good. Yep. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32, and that is the towns of my hometown of Biddeford, Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, and Kennebellport. And I will turn it over to Representative Warren, House Chair, who will begin today. And as the first bill to come up is mine. So go right ahead.
I'd also like to, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to take the opportunity to introduce Jane Orbiden, who's the committee analyst, and Eva Reed, who is here as the committee clerk. Thank you both. So yes, we're going to take the bills a little out of order. We're going to start with 1861, then we're going to go to 1886, 1859, and 1903. So 1861 is up first. And Jane, would you give us the update or your analysis of the bill? Thank you.
Sure. Okay. This is LD 1861, an act to establish the Safe Homes Program. The bill establishes September as Safe Homes Month to raise awareness of the importance of safety in the home and the existence and assistance from the Safe Homes Program. The sponsor introduced an amendment at the public hearing, so I will speak about that amendment. The amendment, which is posted on the electronic website for the bill, and which appears at further on in the bill analysis form, and I'll describe it. Eva is ready on all of these bills to screen share the bill analyses on them. But I know that interferes with your seeing the full set of people. So I'll wait until you tell me you want to do that, and then Eva can do it.
Great.
Okay.
I think if you're going to walk us through the document, we'd love to see it unless anybody disagrees. Thank you.
Okay, Eva, can we have the bill analysis on 1861? You're on it. Great. Thank you. And if you'll scroll down, we'll get to, there we go. Stop right there. The sponsor, Senator DeChambeau, presented an amendment at the public hearing, and co-sponsor Representative Pickett spoke in favor and submitted testimony in favor. The amendment does the following. It establishes September as Safe Homes Month, and it establishes a Safe Homes program in the Department of Public Safety. The program would provide grants to support the safe storage of prescription drugs, firearms, and dangerous weapons by providing grants for purchasing safety devices. The amendment establishes a non-lapsing fund funded from public and private sources and allows a small portion of that funding to be used by the Department of Public Safety for administrative costs. If you'll scroll down some, Eva, sure. There were a number of people speaking in favor of the bill, and they are listed there. And you know that they're also on the website under the committee materials for this individual bill. You can always see the whole list. So there were a number of people speaking in favor. Then there were people speaking in favor of the proposed amendment. And then there were people at the end of the page there, you'll see there were people speaking in favor of the original bill with a proposed amendment from Representative Dudera. That proposed amendment builds back off the original bill with language in it requiring an education program. It expands the Safe Homes program to include public service announcements, advertising, and other forms of outreach, and broadens the educational information and materials to include the safe firearm storage provision of 17A, section 554, which is the endangering of the welfare of the child statute, that an amendment to it that was passed last year. That amendment from Representative Dudera is also posted online. So following, I won't take you through the bill analysis form at this point, but the next thing in the form is the amendment that Senator DeChambeau presented at the public hearing. And then after that is the proposed amendment from Representative Dudera, which puts back into the bill the education program. Yep, keep going and we'll see it. Here we go. There we go. Puts back into the bill the education program and requires that it include public service announcements, advertising, and other forms of outreach. And then in section 3, includes mention of the safe firearm storage provisions of the endangering the welfare of the child statute. That's all I have. You're ready.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And Eva, yes, great. And first up, I have, well, before I call on Representative Pickett, Eva, could you bring Mr. Trahan into the room, please? And thank you. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm going to make a motion on the bill. I'm going to make a motion ought to pass amended with the amendment that the only amendment included, it would be the amendment that the Senator DeChambeau made. And I would like to add to that language an amendment in unallocated language, which would state, direct the Department of Public Safety to report back on January 1st, 2023 on education program to implement the Safe Homes education program as part of the September Safe Homes Month. And I can get that information, that wording to Jane, but that would be included in the amended language. That would be amending that language would be included with the amendment Senator DeChambeau's amendment. So that's my motion, ought to pass with that amendment.
And I'll second it.
Motion made by Representative Pickett, seconded by Senator Searway. Representative Pickett, could you please give me what the added language is again?
Yep.
And thank you.
Says it would be to direct the Department of Public Safety to report back on January 1st, 2023 on education program to implement the Safe Homes Education Program as part of the September Safe Homes Month. And I can email you a copy of that too, so you'll have it if you like.
That would be great. If it's easier for you, Representative, if you could email it to Jane, maybe she could circulate it to everyone so that everyone
Yep.
has it.
Yep.
Thank you
Yep.
very much.
I can do that.
Great, thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pickett. This is a question for Representative Pickett. Does this amendment, how does it differ from what Representative Dudera was proposing? What's the major substantive difference there?
Well, basically, we took the education piece out of the bill originally. So it's giving the Department of Public Safety the chance to put together an education piece, an education program, so that they can report back on January 1st of 2023 to implement that program into the Safe Homes Education Program as part of the September Safe Homes Month. Because we're going to be making September the Safe Homes Month. That's all it's doing. It's unallocated. There's no fiscal note to that or anything. It's just an unallocated thing. And I have spoken with the Department of Public Safety, with the commissioner. I believe he's here, and I believe he was okay with that.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, it's not mandating that this education is included. It's just giving the Department of Corrections, or excuse me, Department of Public Safety a year to put together an educational piece around it.
To make sure they have that right, that education piece goes in. Because if you remember right, when the commissioner spoke about the education piece, they didn't have any problem with that, but they needed some time to put that together. It's giving them the time to be able to do what they need to do to be able to move ahead with that piece, report back that what they're going to do with that piece.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Reckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I apologize for being a little bit late, but I'm no longer stitched up, so my stitches are gone, so I'm doing fine. Anyway, the issue for me, and my curiosity is the Safe Homes Month intended to be every year in September? Or is this that's a, David Drahan is shaking his head yes, so I'll take that as a yes. And that answers my question, because I was concerned that we had 6 months to develop a program and maybe or maybe not get anybody to adopt it, and then next year there'd be nothing. So I was looking for a more longstanding commitment to Safe Homes Month. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the committee? So, yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just asking if I could ask Dave Trahan, what's this include? I mean, I was wondering if it included safety for drugs and firearms and that sort of thing. So if that would be okay.
Mr. Trahan, could you weigh in on that?
Sure. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, committee members, for the opportunity to speak. Yes, we support Representative Pickett's motion on the amendments. We did hear concerns from some folks who wanted to include the endangering the welfare of a child component. We believe that that should be part of a bigger, broader education plan. This bill was meant to address safety in the home, not just firearms, but prescription drugs. As long as that language is not taken out of there, I believe the commission, I trust Commissioner Sawchuk to do this work. We need money to do it. So it also gives us an opportunity to come back next year and maybe identify some funding sources to pay for it. But if the committee would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to tell you where this bill came from, because it was actually from a member of the Gun Safety Coalition. And if you would let me, it's just a brief story, but I think it adds value to this discussion. Is that all right with the chair?
Please.
Okay. I was in Rockland, actually Rockport, with my wife at a restaurant. And when I came out, there was a mother with her daughter, and she wanted to speak to me. So my wife and I stopped, and she told me she was a member of that organization and was hoping that our organization would reach out and try to pass some gun safety legislation to break the logjam that they felt we were feeling in the firearms debate. And hearing their very emotional, personal family story of losing a loved one to suicide, I said to her at the time and to her daughter that I would, and I'll keep my word, that I will try to do that. So based on that discussion, I introduced 4 pieces of legislation. I referenced them in my testimony. And so I'm in hopes this will be the 4th bill that would be a unanimous committee report. And given the subject matter at hand, I think that's an amazing moment in time. But I wanted them to know, if they're listening, that I kept my promise. And I hope this committee will support this bill unanimously and begin the process, the important process of saving lives, because I believe this, along with the other 3 bills, will save lives. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Trahan. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my apologies to everyone for arriving late. Mr. Trahan, I do really appreciate your last statement there, and I also appreciate that family that reached out to you, because that took incredible courage on their part. And I think it is beyond a logjam, right, of just politics. It's about saving lives. So I'm so happy to see that has risen to priority level for you. When we think about, because I'm having a hard time thinking about what the education piece looks like, whether it is included in this bill or whether it's something that gets worked on. Can you, I'm sure you've had these discussions of what is needed.
Yeah, sure.
Can you talk a little bit about what would be actually needed to get the education across to Maine people?
Sure. Well, first of all, there are professionals that would ultimately put this together. Messaging is critical on when you're talking about firearms, when you're talking about parents potentially losing a child or a loved one who's a military vet returning who commits suicide or potentially could. How you address that situation is critical to success. So that's why it's so important that time is taken to develop messages for the individual groups that are highlighted in this bill. The messaging for veterans is completely different than a home that has children in it with firearms. So I would anticipate it would take some time. It took us about, I'm going to say 6 months to develop messaging for the Bureau of Veteran Services, working in partnership with them to speak to their veteran folks. But I think the most important part of this bill is the 2 separate but equally important components. The grants were designed, or our intentions were, to put grants in the hands of families in crisis, no matter what that crisis was, whether it was potentially drug overdose, a family member threatening another. So that piece is critically important to get resources where they need to be in a family in crisis. So that's the original piece that will take effect immediately. That's the piece that Congressman Golden is looking at very seriously, and getting grants to come back to states. You could imagine a situation where perhaps Bureau of Veteran Services would have a family in crisis. They would say to them, we got to take care of the immediate crisis. Your loved one's in protective custody. let's talk about making your home safe when they return. And that's where you begin the discussions of how to safely store prescription drugs and other dangerous weapons, including firearms. That may be a different discussion for a family with a child who's addicted to, say, drugs that is in crisis. So that would have to be all parsed out. The second part, the September, the Education Safe Homes Month, because of the opportunities out there, financially, incentives for people to upgrade safe storage in their homes. It used to be that gun safes were a wooden cabinet that, say, your dad or your father-in-law or your mother or somebody would store the firearms in. Nowadays, the ability to store firearms, prescription drugs, because of the safes that are on the market, are amazing. Some banks, that type of safe, you can get in them, but you really got to work hard. So educating the public why it's important, I think, that's easy. The fact that all these incentives are out there, and just kind of reminding everybody in September, as hunting season is about to start, people are thinking about hunting. It's a great segue into beginning a discussion into at least the firearms component. But I believe the prescription drug component is equally important. The theft of prescription drugs, and also people that are interested in stealing your firearms. You can imagine if you're somebody breaking in and you see a wooden cabinet with guns in it, or a cabinet that's not locked with prescription drugs, that's an easy one. But if you come in and you see a Cabela's modern gun safe that basically you're going to take hours to get into, they're likely to go elsewhere. So teaching all the different segments to the public on what's available, the discounts. When I purchased a gun safe for our organization, not only did we get a $600 gun safe, but our organization, along with many others, gets serious discounts up to 25% on the purchase of that gun safe. In addition, we just passed legislation to exempt the sales tax. That's a huge incentive for folks to upgrade their safe storage. So I could see it focusing in on not just the laws that are out there around endangerment, but also just the availability of the funding breaks that you get. So I do want to touch on the child endangerment law. That already speaks extensively to firearms. I've read the entire statute. Before that Representative Dudera's bill passed, it was already illegal to supply a long gun, handgun, or ammunition in a manner that was negligent, that caused an injury or harm to another.
Mr. Trahan, can I stop you just for 1 second?
Yeah.
Because I think you answered my question. I'm
I
sorry,
did. Okay,
Madam
all
Chair,
right.
but I asked you about the education piece and I see there's other people's hands up.
Yeah,
but
well,
thank you so much.
Yeah, I did want to address, though, why I think Representative Dudera's amendment is harmful. If you focus just on the child endangerment and not all the other stuff, yeah, you might get somebody to, well, first of all, it uses a hammer to make you feel like, you're scared or whatever. There's a better approach to that, but you can harm a child just as easily by allowing them access to other dangerous things. And that's why I focus so much on keeping it about the entire home and all the people that could be affected. So thank you for that question.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Mr. Trahan, I think you were getting into what my question was. So you don't want to include education about Representative Dudera's bill in this amendment. And is your opposition to that because is it kind of opposition to the bill as it was written and passed, or is it more, or is there another part to this?
Right, sure. I appreciate the question. By introducing that amendment, you put the focus on firearms when I believe that changes dramatically the intent of the bill to be related to firearms and scaring people and that sort of thing. It's not it's not our job. I don't know anybody out there right now who has the research and the capacity to put together an effective education program. But when you inject specifically firearms into the discussion, then it changes the bill from what it was intended to be. Yes, it can be part of the education plan, and it needs to be, but when you focus it, the firearms community are a fickle group. As you can imagine, over those 4 bills that I introduced, I took a thorough political pounding from the Second Amendment community for even talking about it, about things we could work on together. You know, some of those told me, some of those folks said, hey, if you do this, you know, it's going to lead to a gun control bill. And I said, look, I don't think so. I'm working with people in good faith, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Pickett, others, Commissioner Sawchuk. We all know the history of firearms legislation in the state of Maine and the people involved. This was an amazing moment for people to come together. If Representative Pluker, Representative Dudera's bill, an amendment was introduced, then it'll change the tone. But I do want to tell Representative Pluker and the committee members.
Mr. Trahan?
Well,
You're giving some pretty long answers, and I've got some
Well,
questions for you as well. So
yeah, okay, go right ahead. I'll take your question. I can probably answer it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to let the representative finish, and then
Yeah.
we'll go to other questions.
I just, the family that approached you in Camden or Rockport, was that family, was the suicide by pharmaceuticals or was it by guns?
They asked me not to speak to that.
Okay.
I know the people. I can reach back out to them and ask them if
No,
it's
it's
all right
fine.
to share that, but I'd rather
I was
not.
just
if I
trying
didn't have
to
to.
wrap my mind around the impetus of the bill. I appreciate it.
It was very emotional and traumatic. I'll just leave it at that.
Representative Pluker, did you have another question?
No, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Trahan. I don't know if you can answer this question, but Representative Pickett's proposed amendment, it's talking about putting the education piece in or just giving the Department of Public Safety a year to put together an educational program, including the bill that we passed last session that was Representative Dudera's legislation, correct? Am I right?
Yep.
Given the Department of Public Safety a year to put that educational piece together.
Yeah, it doesn't focus on Representative Dudera's bill, as it shouldn't. It should focus, in my opinion, on all the different things that are dangerous in the home. Now, remember that a family that loses a child who found a firearm in the home, you can address the issue of child endangerment all you want. That family's been changed for life. There's no punishment you can impose on them or harm through beating them up over it. Their lives are changed forever in a horrible way. Again, when you focus only on the gun component, child endangerment, you ignore all the other ways in which a child can be harmed in the home. And we don't want to do that. We want to resist that temptation.
I appreciate that answer. I guess, so if we have laws on the books that would pertain to any of these things, be it the, storage of prescription drugs, other hazardous materials in the homes, or firearms, wouldn't the Department of Public Safety want to educate the public on any statute or law regarding those areas?
Yeah, I could imagine the way that would look is Safe Homes Month. Organizations like the Gun Safety Coalition in mine, during that month, and it goes on all the time, would develop their own messaging for their communities. Nothing would stop the Gun Safety Coalition from educating in any way they want on Representative Dudera's bill. Just like my organization will be using that month to highlight the value of the discounts to our members, to others in the outdoor community that hunt, own firearms, and other things in the home. So nothing stops them from doing that right now, just like it doesn't stop me. When this bill passes, though, it'll allow the month of September for folks to focus on that safe storage education.
Yeah, thanks.
So, Mr. Trahan, I
Yep.
have a couple of
Yep.
follow-ups. First of all, I share your thinking that it would be really great if we could get a unanimous report on this bill. And I also heard you say, and I wrote it down, when you were asked the question, you said yes, in reference to the education about the law that was created last year. You said, yes, it can be part of the education, but it doesn't need to be the focus. And I think there's some misunderstanding about the amendment that was brought forward by Representative Dudera. She's not asking that the education that be created is only about 759. She's asking that the education that be created that includes information about how to create safe homes, both having to do with prescription drugs and having to do with firearms and having to do with other things, and that the month of September is this month, that also included is a state law that has to do with one of those pieces. And I'm gonna finish my question first. Is there a reason that you would be opposed to just including that in the education program so that what's being paid for, either by state monies, federal monies, or a grant, is inclusive, first of all? And second of all, we'd like to put it in there now, but put the implementation date off so that it's in the law, but you have time to get your grant funding that you've mentioned might be coming. But then the next committee doesn't have to come back and do this all again. It's there with a later date.
No, I don't support that. And I will tell you why I don't support it. Well, first of all, I offered an opportunity for Representative Dudera. I think it was a year ago, I asked for a meeting with the chairs to present this idea, including Representative Dudera in that discussion. I offered to have her help us with the bill. She wanted us to put her bill into ours. I didn't think that that would help because it would create the very same problem we have right now. And that is focusing just on the firearms. I again stick to my original statement that all the laws of the state related to making a home safe, the commissioner should be allowed to put an education program together that the professionals believe would make the homes as safe as possible. But that messaging is critically important. If you change the language now to focus in on that, it will change the tone amongst my community and we'll get resistance. We can get to what you want to. That's why the amendment was presented by Representative Pickett, was to start down the road of implementing the education program. If Representative Dudera would like to do that, she is free to submit legislation to create that program.
Thank you,
So,
Trahan. I think most legislators know they're free to submit.
yeah,
to
having been a
submit
legislator
proposals.
myself, I know that.
Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Trahan. Commissioner Sawchuk has something to add. So Eva, would you let in Commissioner Sawchuk, please? And I think we're probably good with Mr. Trahan for now, unless others have questions for him, so we can put him back in the attendees.
Madam Chair, the amendment has been sent to Jane as well. She should have
That's
it.
wonderful. Thank you very much, Representative Pickett. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Madam Chair. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Not doing too bad at all. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody.
You
Thanks
too.
for asking me to join. There's been a lot of talk about VPS and educational programs, and I'm certainly happy to address that as directly as I can with my understanding. And I guess I would just say that we were very, very purposeful in our ask through Senator DeChambeau to remove the education component, not because I don't think education is important for firearm safety, prescription drug safety, safe homes in general, just simply because I didn't want to have to put a fiscal note attached to this in any way because I didn't want to slow it down. I've heard from the beginning that this is these funding mechanisms that are out there primarily through Representative Golden. And I didn't want to have to put some kind of a fiscal note attached to programming. And I appreciate Representative Dudera's amendment, but even in the language under Jane's analysis, expands the Safe Hope programs to include public service announcements, advertising, and other forms of outreach, and broadens the educational information and materials. That just screams fiscal though, right? PSAs and I mean, all those things are things that, again, my grant administrators are not in a position to do. And I don't have a program manager set up for any program that's out there, anything that we're involved with. I don't have those folks. I don't have that job title, that description that would allow us to do this educational program justice as it currently stands. So the thought was, if we could just focus on the grant, then we could also focus on getting some kind of funding and get that funding, in our pocket. So then we can, in fact, take a look at that. Because if you ask me today, what's a plan, Mike, for education? I would go anywhere from tiny houses to the Taj Mahal, right? I mean, if you give me 500,000 and 10% of that would be some kind of administrative cost that we would traditionally add on to any grant, any fund that we operate, we would use that money to do whatever that grant needs, right? So if we're gonna build in education, I would build that into that administrative cost. Now, if the money is $5,000 instead of 50, obviously, the tiny house version of that may look completely different. But we don't have any funding for this at all. So I'm just very leery of walking down the education program path without some kind of idea, what I'm volunteering the Department of Public Safety for. And I obviously don't make that final decision. You're going to have that vote. But I just wanted to make sure that I had a chance to say that again. We're all about education. I think education is a big piece of this. I also think the education will be comprehensive in nature. I can see us partnering with our options folks about messaging. I could see us partnering with Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine. I could see us partnering with veteran organizations. I could see us partnering with the Maine Gun Safety Coalition. I could see us gathering all that information together from all those various sources in order to have a comprehensive plan, which I think is what the intent was behind this safe homes as a general 30,000 foot view term. So we could hit all those things. And I agree, just like you had mentioned, Representative Warren, and certainly Mr. Trahan had mentioned, and I'd love to see this come out unanimous. I'm concerned that it won't if we lean in one direction or another and move away from the comprehensive nature that I have in my head anyway, for what this educational program will look like down the road. So at a minimum, I thank you very much for bringing me in from the waiting room to at least mention that directly on behalf of DPS.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we're going to have some questions. We have a question for you, so we're going to keep you here for a second.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I'm looking at the bill language. Do you have it in front of you? I'm looking at again, I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I'm looking at the grant program, which I assume is probably the same in the amendment. Can I ask my colleagues or Representative Pickett, am I right that section 4 remains the same in the amendment?
Representative, when I drafted the amendment that Senator Deschambault submitted, pulling out education, I didn't change any of the grant language, if that's
Okay.
what you're referring to.
Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
I don't, however, the amendment that Representative Pickett is speaking to, I'm not sure if you have that one, if that's what you're talking about, which amendment you're referring to.
Well, I'm assuming the grant program section is still in play.
That's right.
Every.
Yep.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm looking at the grant program, and I'm just, I want to ask you so I'm looking at 4A and 4B. So who can get these grants, right, is under 4A. designated groups is the first category who can get, who can apply for these grants. Nonprofit is the second, and community organizations serving designated groups. Can you describe what that means, what those eligible applicants, what those terms mean?
Yeah, sure. So under the definition section, designated groups is actually spelled out pretty clearly, but that means law enforcement agencies and associations, public schools, preschool programs, foster programs, veterans programs, hospitals or other facilities in which newborns are delivered, and members of the public. And when in my own head, I think there's two different angles here. There's two different opportunities here. And when I first heard about this bill, I was concerned that the Department of Public Safety is not really in a good spot to deal with emergency crisis style situations. And what I mean by that is, again, with only grant administrators that work primarily a day shift, would an officer in a house someplace in rural Maine call, our grant administrator, who would they call off hours if they had a crisis situation and they wanted to purchase some kind of a safety device, right? So the thought was really, let's have organizations that may be more localized. So it could be a law enforcement agency that we have a pass-through grant, which we do all the time. And they may have a fund directly there with access. They may purchase a number of these safety devices, could be lock boxes, could be anything that they can actually take out to the home and say, we're going to deliver this to you as part of that grant process. We haven't necessarily fleshed that part out yet, but that's the mindset, is that they'd have an easier access to it if these programs actually been taken out into the communities rather than based out of Augusta, and you have families or whatever that are trying to ask us for what in some cases could be an emergency situation, right? A crisis situation. And there may be another angle there where we say, well, I've got a lot of guns in the house. Mike's doing pretty well right now, but I'd like to have some safety devices here to make sure long-term that it's safe. I don't have a concern today, but I have an overall concern that my prescription medication may be unsecured, my firearms may be unsecured. So I'm going to try to be proactive around bringing some of whatever that safety device is into the home.
Thank you. Madam Chair, could I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so what I think I'm understanding, that piece of it is that individuals wouldn't be requesting grant funding. So that family would have to go through an organization or one of those designated groups in order to request funding, right? The group would request the funding, and then they could administer that program that way.
Yeah, the last term to the designated groups definition is "and members of the public." But I would expect those members of the public would go through a sub-grantee, if you will. So we pass funding out to local communities, whatever that organization is. The members of the public can go to the local sheriff's department, as an example, their local police department, in order to receive whatever items they need, as long as it fits into the given criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Morning, Commissioner. Nice to see you.
Likewise.
I think that what you have just said has made me a lot more comfortable with both the bill itself and Representative Pickett's suggestion, which I've also now seen in writing because I managed to print it while we were doing all this stuff. And and it's really only one sentence, your amendment. And given the description that Commissioner Sawchuk has of his intentionality around a comprehensive range of safe home option pieces, I'm feeling much calmer about the amendment. And I think that we could do what we want to do to set up this safe home piece and have it implemented. It would be different people would, my understanding now, would be, let's say that the Department of Public Safety says these are the 12 things that could injure children in a home. And if you're interested in this particular angle, you should go talk to this group. And if you're going to do that, to this group, you know, but it's spread it out in the focus. But everybody would know the overall language, which is these are the myriad of things that could injure children in homes. That you might do something about, and we're going to try to help you do whatever it is you think you need to do in order to implement a safe home in your house. So I frankly would be, I mean, I can picture the Maine Gun Safety Coalition, for instance, applying for a grant to do an education piece through other venues to do what part of what Representative Gutierrez bill talks about, which is not entirely guns, but mostly I understand the sensitivity around that, and that's what people are seeing. But it looked to me like there's other things besides guns in her amendment. So those things are also things that would be considered as possible perils for kids. But it wouldn't necessarily be, I mean, for instance, I would not necessarily go to the Maine Gun Safety Coalition if I was worried about a child living in a house of prostitution, frankly. That is not where I would go for information. No offense to the Gun Safety Coalition, of which I was one of the founders. You know, it's just not there. So I feel much better now about and I'd be, frankly, I think, as much as I'll take a little heat for it in the same kind of way that Representative Trahan will take from his folks, I'm willing to go along, I think, at this point, unless I hear something else that changes my mind. So thank you for your question answer, because it really is what brought me to this kind of place.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I have a couple of technical questions about fiscal notes, because I also understand your concerns. And I also clearly heard you say that, of course, education around the new law would be part of the Safe Homes education. So I think that also gives me a level of comfort. Jane, a couple of questions for you about fiscal notes, because I know that other committees have found fancy dancy ways to get around them. And my understanding was one way to get around it was to put a later implementation date, like if it doesn't go into effect until 2024, there wouldn't be a fiscal note? Yes or no? I don't mean yes or no, but I mean, am I right about that?
Yeah, I think if you delay implementation to the next biennium, in terms of budget biennium, you delay the need to appropriate money for it, but you will probably still get a fiscal note, which is just the description that at some point this will cost money.
Right, but it won't end up on the table.
I can't guarantee that, but it sounds like an end run around the table that people try.
Yeah, and my second question is, if they're putting in the grant funding and the administration of the grant, that actually will trigger a fiscal note, right?
The note that is the description, yes. It depends. I mean, what goes in that is controlled by the fiscal office, but also it's based on information that they get from the commissioner.
Okay. Okay. So do you see what I'm asking, Commissioner Sawchuk, is you actually have control over that. But I would expect that the administration of a grant by the Department of Public Safety is probably going to cost you some money. So what if we, so that would be a fiscal note. So what if we worked together so that we could get a unanimous report on this bill by putting an implementation date that's a little bit later? Are you willing to do that? So all we're saying is, let me just try to be clear. Sorry, I don't think I was clear. I feel like what you're saying is we agree on what the education should look like, but we don't want to put it in law yet. We want to come back to you in a year and report to you about an education program. And I think that from our point of view, we've had a bunch of members come forward and say, we'd like to put the education program in now. We'd like to get it into statute, but we understand you don't have the funds now. So let's put a later implementation date. And I think you get us. I think we have a unanimous report if we get the latter. Are you opposed to that idea, Commissioner?
Well, I guess on my end, Madam Chair, the concern is that when we start locking in implementation dates without funding, what's going to happen is that when that date arrives and I don't have any funding, the expectation is still going to be there that the Department of Public Safety has done whatever that grant proposes, to include education with all of that various terminology. PSAs, advertising, other forms of outreach. I am always going to be leery of saying, yeah, we'll implement on any given date when I don't have any funding to actually do that. What I've found in the 3 years up here is I have incredibly limited control over anything, certainly to include funding. So I don't have any expectation that I can guarantee any of that is going to happen. I am telling you that I'm going to work hard to look for that funding, and if we get it, put a program together that will meet the requirements that I mentioned earlier, and that I think everybody's interested in. I'm not in a position now. Maybe day one in this job, I would have come in and that's great. We gonna put an implementation date in without funding, and we'll just see how it goes. But I'm not. I'm not interested in doing that today, Madam Chair. So I apologize if I'm being difficult.
No, I hear that. That's a valid concern. Thank you.
Sure.
Other discussion from the committee? If there's no more,
Possible for me to make a comment?
Of course,
Okay.
Senator, the rules only apply
I
to
know.
during a public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go for it.
All of it, I agree with what I've been hearing from both Mr. Trahan and Commissioner Sawchuk. Something that needs to be said that makes me very comfortable about this is, number one, you heard from Mr. Trahan how this all started. The best bills come from constituents' pain. And from there, what he has done to move that idea forward. You also heard that Congressman Golden became involved because Mr. Trahan approached him with this concept, this idea. And on the federal level, Congressman Golden is very supportive of the concept. There is no other state that is doing this right now, and they're still arguing among themselves what to do or how to save lives. We've heard that statement or that phrase a lot about saving lives. So, this would be, there's a connection between Maine and the federal government right now. And so that's what I want to remind you or to think about, that Maine would be one of the first states, of course, to apply for the grants. The other thing that made me decide why to take out the education part is their applications would somewhat need to mirror what the feds have for an idea on how to implement this. So asking for some time is put the idea out there, and it also includes donations, and there are some organizations that would be willing to donate to this program. And I think when Representative Pickett asked for a date certain to come back with the plan, I know I've had discussions with Commissioner Sawchuk and David Trahan, is what is it that we need to do? What is an application? What we should mirror it with the feds, because we need to know what the feds are going to want for information. So right now it's like a parallel with the federal government, and he put in a request for $50 million. That is probably $1 million per state. I don't know. But I wanted to give you that. We're in the forefront of this, what I think is a super program. And so I think we should latch onto it, and we'll start creating the process to apply. So that I wanted you to remember that we're not completely alone, but we'll do it right. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for the commissioner. As I'm reading through the grant program of who designs it, is responsible for designing the program and administering it. It says CJPS, it says the department, I assume that's Department of Public Safety and the Maine sheriffs. And I'm wondering why it's limited to those two organizations for designing this program and administering it.
Representative, I'm sorry, I've had some computer problems this morning. You cut out. I think you said for the commissioner, so I'm guessing that's me. A couple of things. The current language actually says law enforcement agencies. I think I purposefully pulled the Sheriff's Association out of that because I didn't want it to be specific to them either. And the reason I said that is because routinely the Department of Public Safety uses law enforcement entities as those pass-through grant entities, because those are the folks that I know would be focused on those crisis situations that may come in at 2 a.m. in the morning. And so they'd have a more localized approach. We know every county has that. But from a law enforcement perspective, there are 163 agencies around the state. This being public safety, we did think that was a valuable tool or approach. But the educational component of this, I think, does come through the Department of Public Safety as that primary lead, again, working with Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine, Gun Safety Coalition, veterans, the options program, utilizing all of those partners that we see and work with all the time to make sure that the education is as comprehensive as possible.
Thank you for that. Could I have one follow-up?
Yes, you may.
I'm in thinking about I guess I can understand trying to figure out who implements it, right? Who do grantees apply to? That's an important consideration for our rural areas. Who do they go to? Who has staff ready? And and as I see a program like this, I see that this potentially could be a mandate on our local, we have some local law enforcement, as you well know, that don't have very many people on staff. So I'm just wondering how effective this really could be in in areas with low population, not well-staffed law enforcement, and perhaps thinking more about the municipality itself, perhaps the county. I'm not sure if that's something the county would be able to do, perhaps the CAP agencies. I'm just thinking about not limiting it so much on the implementation side. And then on the design side, I am concerned with the limited perspective of designing this program being, law enforcement solely. Have you thought about, in the design process of this grant, which will have to have a fiscal note and have to be funded with something, it's a grant fund, other voices that could be at the table for designing the program?
I apologize, Representative, because I think on the design part, again, I'll go back to my last answer just to say that ideally we are working with all of those various partners, right? That's not just a law enforcement focus. That is, as we design the education program, we would be pulling from our options folks, our Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine folks, the veterans programs, and utilizing them in partnership to come up with that comprehensive program. And when this program was first brought to my attention by Senator DeChambeau, again, I was trying to figure out, so how do we get the word out to everybody? And as an example, justice assistance grants and things like that, the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, we have contacts with that 163 agencies around the state. So we thought that would be a valuable tool to get the word out to people. And I fully understand there are, probably the majority of agencies are small in the definition by the federal government, by FBI. So we have a number of departments that have a chief and some reserve officers that assist, right? So they routinely work through their municipality if they want to do a grant, or it's not just a one-person shop. They do work together with whatever system they have. I mean, that's their world, and they do a great job at it. And then there are much larger departments that obviously have folks that do that stuff all the time. So I don't think it narrows it down. It actually, to me, tries to get us, as every square inch of the state and get us the coverage that's necessary. And a smaller department may not apply for this generally. Another example, if I go back to justice assistance grants, is that we would give money to, in most cases, a medium-sized department, and then they actually disperse money throughout the county. They're one reporting entity for a county, and they help us disperse money out to others. So there's different ways that this could happen. We didn't want to necessarily come in and prescribe that to say, because in Aroostook County, it may be the Sheriff's Department. In Cumberland County, it may be Westbrook PD that does, well, I'm willing to take this money. I'm willing to do that. You can call us at 2 a.m. and then we'll try to get some of these safety devices out to you then if you need it. But we didn't want to come in and lock something down. Certainly now, there's a rulemaking opportunity and some other things before we actually get this stood up. So I don't profess to have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed at this point. That is for sure. If that's helpful at all, I apologize.
Well, I think you're saying it's, as written, very broad, and a municipality could take it over. I don't read it that way. If it's, I don't have your amendment in front of me, but if it only says law enforcement, I don't necessarily see that the municipality could do it, or the county could do it, or a CAP agency.
I apologize. That did break up a little, Representative. If we look at grants as an example, grants may be provided under this subsection to designated groups and nonprofit and community organizations serving designated groups. So it could be a veterans group that seeks funding. It could be a recovery home. It could be a recovery community center. It could be a law enforcement agency. That's where those grants would go to as a hub. And then I'm hoping that they would help us disperse it out to folks in their particular world. Did that come through?
I'll stop there. I'm sorry, my internet is breaking up. I'm sure others have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Galgay-Reckett, and then Representative Pickett.
All right. I just have one quick suggestion and then one other sentence. I think that the other people that you might want to involve in the planning process, it's Child Protective Services. Not that I'm a world-class fan of theirs generally, but I think that their voice should be at least in the review of the discussion, but preferably inside, because we're talking about protecting children, and that's their job. The other piece is, as you know, I served 15 years on the Justice Assistance Council, reviewing grants from a variety of different counties and municipalities and nonprofit groups, and that process, although it isn't always 100% spectacular, is generally good, and does provide both guidance for where money should go and also follow up as to whether or not that happened in the appropriate ways given the grants. And so I think that the counties were often applicants in many ways. Certainly on the level of the law enforcement level. So again, just Child Protective Services, and I think that the existing grant review networks or one like it would work for this kind of program as well. So That's it. I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sawchek, would you agree with the statement that if the municipalities that have their own police departments, no matter how big or how small, that if they are a smaller one, they're going to get a lot of information, they're going to get a lot of people calling them up and asking them about this grant program and have a chance to not only talk to them about that, but then they would be the one that would point to one of these organizations that you're talking about and put and kind of be the conduit between them. And I say that for this reason, that takes and broadcasts it out through the whole state, through the law enforcement community, getting people directed to the places where they need to go to be able to apply for these grants. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. I think that, this happens a bunch of different ways, right? So your law enforcement agency may say, this situation meets the requirements and criteria that my department's working with. I happen to have some back at the station. They may also say, your situation meets the criteria and the circumstances of this grant program that we don't work with directly, but so-and-so does. So let me refer you to this department, this agency, this organization, whoever that happens to be in their given region. Because I don't think every department should put the time and energy into having all these items specifically. They should work within a network, which they do every day, whether it's a specialty team or specialty equipment or grant funding. And as long as everybody understands who has what and why, they can make those proper referrals. I think that's an excellent point, Representative.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Representative Pluker.
Sorry, I've never worked with grants or administrated them or anything. I'm all turned around. With Representative Pickett's amendment, this bill essentially, am I right in understanding, this bill essentially just becomes an opportunity for DPS to, and I don't know if this is a question for you, Commissioner, or perhaps Jane, but just becomes, you're studying how to educate people about safe homes until next year. Is that the essential action of this bill with that amendment? Is there anything else that would happen besides for the department studying this for a year?
Right. The original amendment from Senator DeChambeau moved away from education in general and talked about the grant function. The one line addition that Representative Pickett has provided would give us a date certain to have the results of a review for educational program so that we'll come back at that time and report out on exactly what that's going to look like. And the primary reason for that is because before I can answer those questions, we need some kind of funding source. And I would also say the grant world is a very specialized world, and you're a lucky man if you haven't had to work in those formats. It's pretty complicated, and I don't profess to be an expert by any means, but I have some folks just down the hall that are pretty good at it.
Good. A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
The grant program itself is the point of the grant program is education. So is that you're going to be studying the grant program, or you're implementing the grant program in the next year?
We're implementing the grant program as soon as we have funding, because I do think the grant component of this is, if you think about buying safety devices, are we buying lock boxes? Are we buying trigger guards? Are we buying lock boxes for prescription medications? Are we buying safes to put prescription medication, firearms, dangerous weapons, other things that we believe fall into that child safety or safe home criteria? Then those locations, those items would be available as soon as we have funding. The education component would come later.
Okay, so got you. Thank you.
Jane.
Thank you. Could I just ask for confirmation? Would January 1, 23 is next January, 10 months from now. And it would be 10 months, it would be January 1, 23 to report on an education program for implementing the Safe Homes program as part of Safe Homes Month. Would Safe Homes Month this coming August happen or not?
I think with the passage of any of those amendments, September would still be Safe Homes Month to include this year. I think the educational program may look different for 23 versus 22. But yes, if this is ultimately passed, then September 2022 would be our first Safe Homes Month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm sorry about my internet today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I've got you right now, Representative, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. You know, I see the intent of this legislation to prevent unintentional death, harm, injury to people in their homes as a result of, you know, dangerous weapons, dangerous controlled substances in homes, right? That's the intent of the legislation. And I'm 100% for that. I put on my prevention hat, Commissioner, which I know you have put on in the many years of your career. And I think, well, when do we want this information in terms of to open up access for folks to this knowledge, this education, this potential grant funding? When do we want that in our main peoples, our main homes? You know, when do we want them to have that? And as far upstream as possible, I think is where we want them to have it. I want, when folks are considering purchasing a weapon, and we don't have permitting, we don't have universal background checks, we don't have any of those things, which I'm disappointed about because I think they don't keep, you know, that doesn't keep our people safe. But I would like to see this focus be as far upstream as possible. When someone is being prescribed a controlled substance by their doctor in their hospital, that's when I think it's really important that Maine people have access to this information and potential funding. So as we're thinking about this program, my hope was that we have the people around the table designing it who are also thinking that far upstream to prevent people from dying and harm. I'll just share that, you know, my dad recently passed away and he was on hospice, and we have, you know, vials of morphine in the house that I was giving him to, you know, in his end of life stage, and we don't know what to do with it. We asked and they say, drop it off at the lot, you know, at your police department. They've said, no, we're not taking it. So there is really a great need for folks of what to do in these situations. And we don't have the information at all in the moment we need it. So I'm concerned that we are not thinking as far upstream as possible. And I just want to please highlight that as we're implementing this, designing it, that's our focus.
I appreciate that, Representative, and I wouldn't say this otherwise. You just mentioned it, but I do want to pass my condolences reference to your father's passing, and I had heard that when it initially happened, and wasn't in a position to just say that. So I appreciate all the work you do, you know, ongoing, despite all those other things that are happening in the world. So I want to thank you for your passion and all these topics, and give you my condolences on that. And I can absolutely appreciate it. I had an abscessed tonsil last year. I walked out with a bottle of Oxys like you read about, right? I mean, and for me, I came into 45 Commerce Drive and I put it in the drug box, right? The take back box, which is what I know South Portland has. And whether it's a COVID scenario where they're saying don't come in and drop it off, I don't know. But that take back program has been very, very, very effective since its implementation, with Maine traditionally being right up there for a number of years, number one in the country, reference to the take back of prescription medications. So I agree with you completely. as far upstream as possible is always where it's at. You're always going to have to focus on the immediate need, because that's always going to happen. But the further upstream you are, the better you are. So to help alleviate those real-time acute crisis situations. So I agree with you completely, and we'll definitely keep that in mind, as we talk about program development.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, let's take a break before we vote on this bill. Senator DeChambeau, what are you thinking for timing?
I'm not sure. Oh, for a break? You want a break? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, before we vote, that we would take a break. And so are folks thinking 15 minutes?
Yeah.
You're talking about taking a break for a caucus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and Shelley, would you set that up, please?
You need 15 minutes? Go ahead.
So let's say till about like 11:40. Does that
Yes.
work?
Yep.
And I sent out the Zoom link to all of you to meet in. Okay, see you at 11:40. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, it looks like folks are coming back into the room. Great. So we have a motion on the floor made by Representative Pickett and seconded by Senator Searway ought to pass as amended. Unless there's any more discussion, and I'll give folks a chance to raise your hand if there's more discussion. And if there isn't more discussion, we'll have Eva call the roll. Thank you, Eva.
You ready for me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, ought to pass as amended. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt, yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner, yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain, absent. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Plukner.
Fluker, yes.
Fluker. Representative Fluker, yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
And Senator DeChambeau.
Susan, you're
Senator, you're
muted.
muted.
Maybe I wanted to be. Yes.
Senator DeChambeau, yes. Three absent, 10 yes.
Thank you, Eva. Next up, we have LD 1886. Senator DeChambeau, do you want me to hand the gavel back to you?
That's up to you. Whatever. If you want to continue, go ahead.
Okay. So we have LD 1886, and Jane will bring us up to speed. Let me just check if Representative Evangelos is with us. Yes, he is. Eva, could you bring in Representative Evangelos, please? Great. And then also, I think if you could screen share the analysis of the bill as Jane's going through it, that would be helpful.
All
A
set?
second, I'll have to bring it back up. My browser just crashed on me.
Okay, take your time. If you're cool, you can start, Jane.
Sure, okay. This is LD 1886, an act to repeal the law regarding the county jail reimbursement fee, sponsored by Representative Evangelos. This bill unfortunately got quite confusing at the public hearing, but we'll back it up. There are three sections of the bill. Section 2 of the bill straight out repeals the county jail reimbursement fee. Sections 1 and 3 are great. Thank you, Eva. You can scroll down a little bit, get rid of my heading up there. Yeah, that's perfect. Sections 1 and 3 are really pretty much cross references to the fee. So if you repeal the fee, you have to repeal those references. In section 1, that reference is to authorizing a sentence that includes, have I got it right? Section 1, yeah, authorizing a sentencing alternative that includes the fee. So that allows the judge to do it. So if you repeal the fee, you repeal the authority of the judge to do it. And section 3 refers to the county jail reimbursement fee in a law that provides a credit towards a sentence for a person who is detained for failing to pay a fee or restitution ordered by the court. So if you repeal the fee, you repeal this reference to the fee in a separate section of the law. So it's straightforward. There are no proposed amendments that I know of. The fee is payable to the county treasurer, and there's a maximum of $80 per day while one is incarcerated in the county jail. There are, in the law on the county jail reimbursement fee, are the factors that the judge has to take evidence on and take into consideration. So there is consideration of one's financial circumstances. But really, the bill is really straightforward. Do you repeal the fee or not? There was a good deal of testimony in favor of repeal. And Rebecca Graham from Maine Municipal Association testified against and submitted testimony against on the grounds that the fee is really a model for a means-tested fee, that the counties rely on it, and that if you're going to repeal it, you need to provide some replacement funding for the counties that were getting money or are still getting money under those fees. I was not able to get any information on how much money comes into the counties under this. I did make a couple of inquiries. I think I inquired of the county jail administrator from York County, Greg Zinzer, who said that really nobody in York County can ever remember this being used. So it's not a factor in the county budget. But there is no central location that is capturing that information. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jane. I see Senator DeChambeau with questions, and then Representative Pickett. Senator, you.
Yeah. Let's see if I can. I didn't like it when I first heard it, but this weekend I really read it again, and there's some key words in there. Number one, so an individual is detained or arrested because they failed to pay a fine. This current law says, oh, so you didn't pay a fine, you're in my jail. You're there for 5 days before you see a judge. So the judge can charge that individual up to $80. So that's $400 that he would owe. But line 4, or I should say line 10, let's say that individual is subsequently committed and the judge gives them 10 days in jail for failing to pay a fine. Instead of collecting $80 a day plus his 10 days, what this says, I believe, is that the individual therefore will only serve 5 days because he's already been held 5 days, and they're crediting that to his sentence, which of course happens all the time. Am I wrong in stating it that way? Because this goes along with any criminal law. No one is held for a year in jail and pays day to day and then gets a sentence. So did anybody follow me on that? So To me, that's fair. That's honorable. Now I'm thinking he's had 5 days in jail and the judge dismisses it. I guess there's no evidence or what have you. The bottom line is if he's there for failing to non-payment of a fine or county work, why are we nickel and diming everybody? To me, this is not an issue of the county needing money. It's fair. It's a deduction from the sentence. So he has to be committed. So I'll stop on that.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wondered if if Jane had, and I don't know if Jane was going to look into it, or maybe the bill sponsor was going to look into it further, but found out exactly how many times this has been used over the last several years. It'd be kind of interesting to know. I think the bill sponsor said something about it's only been used by a couple of justices, I believe. He didn't want to name their names, and I understand that. I don't have any problem with that, but just wonder if anybody was able to find any of that information. I know that was something we had talked about the other day. Thank you.
Jane.
I don't have any information on it.
Representative Evangelos, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon almost. Yes, rarely used. I believe it's only in one county. I've pretty much got it narrowed down to one judge. I did want to thank Ms. Overton for a superb analysis. It made it very clear to me, the original language that we had made it seem like it was just something for a time detained for failure to appear, but above that there was some other sections, and she has gone through and delineated them all. But I do want to make the point of how unfair it is that in 90% of our jurisdictions, this is never being used, and one judge continues to use it. That's not equal justice, and there is no great or grand fiscal impact here. I don't agree with Maine Municipal on this whatsoever. It's really small money in one jurisdiction. And I think the ACLU and the criminal defense lawyer, Mr. Pratt, made a good case that everybody needs to be treated equally under the law. And
thank you.
Is that enough?
Thank you. Well, I want to get committee members in there. So yes, thank you, Representative. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Evangelos. You know, the way this is distributed, the way it's done isn't just, and it's putting an additional fee on folks that's not necessary. So I'd move ought to pass.
I second.
I have a motion on the floor ought to pass by Representative Pluker, seconded by Representative Morales. Thank you, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We sat in and spoke with Judge Stanfill, Chief Justice Stanfill, and she had said that many times, like bills like this, and she didn't point at this one directly, but they should allow the judges to use discretion, and this is a discretional piece. And I'm kind of concerned also that this may interfere with the OUI program, the multiple offender program that we had in the past. There are, and also, of course, the contempt of court. It could also, as far as several other things that I can't even imagine. I mean, there are situations that judges use this as a tool. It's like sometimes you may never use it, but there might be an instance where this comes in where you've got to do something, and this also probably helps the person that can't afford it and saying, look, you know, I'm willing to spend the time, another few days in jail if I can pay it down this way and the judge works with them that way. So I think there are different things that can be done. And if we take it away, we're taking away the discretion of the judges. And that's what I'm concerned about here. This is not about if it's going to be a benefit or not a benefit to somebody. It's more about trying to work something out. And I think that's if we take this away, we're throwing that chance for the judge to help somebody if they need to, and including victims as well. But anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm going to vote against this motion.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward. I understand the reasoning behind bringing it forward, but what I see here is a dangerous part of a precedent we could be setting. And what I mean by that is, been around the legislature long enough. This is my 8th year, and those of us who have been around a little bit realize that if you let the camel get its nose under the tent, pretty soon it's inside the tent altogether. And I think what I see here, and I do key on, I think that even though this particular instance here, there's only one judge, it appears, using it and so on and so forth, but it is a discretionary thing from the judge. And I think taking discretion away from a judge is a wrong thing to do. I think that's why we have them. That's why they make judgments. They need to use their discretion and apply it to the law. And so therefore, I can't support the bill, but I do thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. I think it would do more harm than good, even though there may be people that may get hit with it. Very seldom, it appears. But I think in the overall, it would do more damage than good, because I think the process as a whole is a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any more comments before we have a vote? Eva, would you call the roll? The motion on the floor is ought to pass.
Motion is ought to pass. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt, yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner, yes. Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Pickett, no. Representative Costain is absent. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki, no. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Newman, no. Representative Fluker.
Yes.
I'll get it sometime. Representative Fluker, yes. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator Searway, no. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Shamble, yes. 6 yes, 4 no, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Eva.
7 yes.
Okay, great. So next,
Carolyn, I just want to thank the committee and thank Ms. Overton for a really crack analysis. It was very helpful over the weekend to me. So thank you very much, folks.
Madam Chair,
thank you, Representative Evangelos. Yes, Representative Pickett.
the minority report would be ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Up next, we have LD 1859. I'm thinking let's do this one and then take a lunch break and come back for 1903 and our 1 p.m. Presentation. So let's go to 1859, unless you disagree with that timing, Senator DeChambeau.
That's fine. Oh, okay, you got it.
Are we ready?
I think so, yes.
Okay, this is
Oh,
LD 18.
excuse me, Representative Rudnicki has her hand up. Excuse me 1 second. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes, I didn't see it on the schedule. Maybe I just missed it. What are we having a presentation at 1 o'clock for?
1 o'clock, we're being joined by Senator Moore, Representative Gramlich, Leslie Clark. It's the presentation of the Mental Health Summit results.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ready?
Yes.
LD 1859 is an act to build more sustainable ambulance services in communities. This bill is sponsored by Senator Curry. And if Eva, you could bring up the bill analysis on that. The reason to do that is that Senator Curry, let's see, Senator Curry presented an amendment at the public hearing that would put into the Maine Emergency Medical Services Act a grant program, a community grant program that would fund processes of informed community self-determination and provide grants for that. If you'll scroll down, Eva, to the next page. Keep going, yep, keep going, a little more. Okay, this is the beginning of the informed community self-determination grant program, and it's in the Maine Emergency Medical Services Act. You had the amendment before you at the public hearing. Can you scroll down further, Eva, please? More. Oh, yep, keep going. Okay, stop. Okay. There was a proposal, the only real, there was one testimony against from Lisa Harvey McPherson from Northern Light Health, really saying that while they supported changes to existing ambulance services or communities considering that and considering new ambulance services, Northern Light Health stressed the critical status of the emergency medical services and said that the whole system needs fundamental change, not just processes for communities to determine their own needs. Though there was a proposal from Sam Hurley from Emergency Medical Services, the director, to amend the paragraph that's right in front of you there, subsection 5 on reports. And the way it was in Senator Curry's proposal to you at the public hearing was what's printed here on the page. A community that receives a grant under this section shall report to the board annually on the anniversary date of the grant award regarding the status of the community determination process undertaken by the community. And now if you can scroll back up to where subsection 5 appears again, Eva, outside of the, back onto the first page. Stop there. Sam Hurley is suggesting this different language, and Senator Curry is in agreement with him. It would read on subsection 5, as a condition of receiving grant funding, all grant recipients shall report as required by the board on the use of funds and the community self-determination process undertaken by the community. So it wouldn't be established as an annual thing on the anniversary date of the grant funding, but would be as determined by the board. And the board in a different subsection already has rulemaking authority. So and it's routine technical rules. So we didn't go into that here because they already have that authority. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Jane. Questions for Jane? We're going to start with Representative Galgay-Reckett and then Representative Newman. Start with Representative Galgay-Reckett. Oops, you're on mute.
Actually, I want to make a motion ought to pass as amended. And then we can discuss, I guess, if others need to.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator DeChambeau, ought to pass as amended. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, my question is, before we go forward, I'd like to know how the grant money, they foresee this grant money being spent. I want to make sure this bill is substantive, not just feel good, because I'm all in favor of helping any fire, EMT, any ambulance service. That's one of the things that I do a lot with. I don't see Mr. Hurley, but I do see Mr. Bradshaw over in there, and maybe they could actually give us an idea of how they foresee that money being spent.
Great. That's a great question. How about Eva, could you bring over Mr. Bradshaw? And I also see that Kevin McGinnis is here as an attendee, and I know he's an expert on this as well. So could we also bring in Mr. McGinnis? Welcome. Good to see you, Mr. Bradshaw. Did you hear the question? Yes. Okay. Could you help us with that?
I can try, but I would prefer to defer to Mr. McGinnis because he actually
I figured
much closer to that than I.
I figured that was the case. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, welcome. Good. I was going to say good morning, good afternoon. Did you hear the question asked by Representative Newman?
Yes, I did. And thank you for entertaining me. Certainly, the money would be used by communities that have identified themselves as having an ambulance service in jeopardy. They would come forward and apply for a grant. Basically, the way that it's budgeted at this point, you can find a reference to this in the Rural Health Action Network white paper that was a link in my testimony. And it shows what the budget is for doing a process of this sort for a single town's issue. And that is approximately a $14,000 to $15,000 process involving a couple hundred hours of people coming in to evaluate, create options for the town to consider, and then facilitating the process of getting them through that decision-making process. It's under the informed community self-determination process. It's pretty straightforward, cut and dried, and you can read the description of what that process involves. We see that there's enough funding in this for approximately 12 to 13, we'll say a dozen of these processes, if they were all involving a single town with a single decision-making body, i.e. A town meeting or a board of selectmen process. You can also combine many towns, maybe up to even a county's worth of towns, and obviously that process gets larger and costs more. But this is basically a multiple of that $14,000, $15,000. And so the money would, the towns would come forward and apply to Maine EMS and have a proposal for how they want to run it. They'd have to demonstrate, I would assume, Maine EMS would require them to demonstrate that they're following a general informed community self-determination process, and the budget should be consistent with that.
Thank you. Representative Newman, do you have a follow-up question or did that answer your question?
No, that answered it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, it looks like we're ready to have Eva call the roll. There is a ought to pass as amended motion on the floor.
Madam
Ought to
Chair.
pass as amended.
Oh, excuse me, one more second. Yes, Representative Pluker.
And we are including the amendment that came from, I think, Mr. Hayward. No,
Hurley.
the name, Mr.
Mr.
Hurley.
Mr. Hurley, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
Great question, yes. Okay, we're ready now, Eva.
Those ought to pass as amended. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Oh, she had to go to a work meeting.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes,
Representative Costain, absent. Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
So 9 yes, 4 absent.
Beautiful. Thank you, Eva. And thank you, everyone that worked so hard on this bill. We'll have Senator DeChambeau thank Senator Curry for us when she sees him next time. But thank you, Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. McGinnis and others. Great. Okay, well, let's take a quick lunch break. And what about, so it's 12:20. What about if we plan on coming back at 10 of 1? Senator DeChambeau, do you think that works for you?
I'm sorry, I didn't even realize I took my earplugs off. Go ahead.
Okay, I
It was
was
quiet, it was nice.
I was proposing that we have a lunch break now until 12:50.
Yep.
And then we can hear from our folks and do our last bill of the day, which is the clack bill.
Yes,
Okay,
all set.
great. So see you all at 10 of 1. Thank you.
Shelley, you want to, Shelley, you want to set up a Zoom and have it start maybe in about 10 minutes?
Yes, I'll take care of that.
See you all in a bit. Senator, are you ready to get started?
Yes, I am. Oh, did you want me to start? I thought you were doing it.
You can go ahead and do it.
Okay. Our guest here.
I don't see
Yeah.
them yet.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we going to do the briefing first, or are we going to do the bill? And there is a reason for asking that. Number one, again, I didn't know anything about the briefing for today. But number two is, even more importantly, I have a member of my caucus which has to leave before long on a business engagement. So he would like to be here to be able to deal with 1903. So for whatever it's worth, I would rather go with the bill first and finish our work session and then have the other afterwards. But I just wanted to make you know what was going on in my caucus side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Representative Warren, do you know if how long this presentation is going to be?
I'm not doing the presentation, so I do know that we've invited them to be here at 1 o'clock, which is in 2 minutes from now. So I can't answer how long their presentation is.
No,
I would say that the polite thing to do would be to have our guests go at the time we ask them.
I wasn't thinking anything different. I just wanted to know if.
Can we in the future though? Can we at least on the schedule or something? I know the last time it was on the schedule, but just so we know ahead that what's going on, so I can prepare my caucus for it. Okay. And I know the last time, I believe it may be the same. I'm not sure if it's the same. It's the same presentation or not, that we were not there for. And I understand that it was on the schedule, but I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Eva, could you pass that message on to Deb that Richard Pickett wants to make sure that all committee items are put on an agenda that he can read?
Absolutely. I think they usually go on the weekly schedule if she hasn't been doing that.
It has usually been on the weekly schedule. Thank you. Welcome, Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today?
Spectacular. How about you?
Well, I'm doing good. I have to say we got about an inch of snow that's on top of the ice. So it was an interesting drive around delivering meals this morning.
I bet it was. Well, thank you for moving, for being able to be here after you did your meals.
No problem. And happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we expecting Rachel Talbot Ross and Lori Greenwich? Can someone?
I know we're expecting Lori for sure.
Okay.
Who are the other two Jane Orbitons in the attendees list?
Oh, those might be our guests, right?
Yeah.
Could you bring them in, Eva?
I don't see them. Does anybody else see them?
I just promoted them. They should be in here in a second.
Oh, okay. Thank you. There we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do we have Rachel Talbot Ross coming? No? Okay, good. Well, good afternoon, all of you. And yes, it's Valentine's Day. Huh. After Super Bowl, God, I need some loving. Anyways, I always want the underdog to win. Well, this is part 2. We have one more bill after this. This will be a presentation on mental health. Our guests have attended a summit presentation, and they will share with us what they've learned. I will tell the audience that, well, we don't have 2 Jane Orbitons, but we have Representative Lori Gramlich and Senator Marianne Moore with us. And could you please give us your name, Jane Orbiton?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carrie Bickford.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
I am with Pathways of Maine and have been working with Lori and Representative Gramlich and Senator Moore on this issue.
Good. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Do you know everybody here? Everyone? Good. All right. So unless Representative Warren has any welcoming remarks or just proceed, we can. Shall we?
I would just like to ask if the other Jane Orbiton might be Ms. Leslie Clark.
Yeah.
And if she wants to turn her camera on so that, there we go. Thank you.
It does have somebody else's name. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for being here. And for those of you who don't know, well, Leslie, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Well, yes, good afternoon. I'm Leslie Clark. I'm the Executive Director of the Portland Recovery Community Center, which serves as Maine's recovery hub to 17 new and developing recovery community centers in Maine.
Thank you. So welcome all of you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to come back and do this presentation.
Well, thank you, Representative Warren. I think since I am the master of the slide deck, I'm going to go ahead and screen share, but I will introduce myself again to the committee, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and my esteemed colleagues. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. And in addition to my tenure in the legislature, I'm also a lifelong social worker. I know Leslie Clark well. We work together on a bunch of different initiatives. Nice to see you, Leslie. Senator Moore and I have been working hard on elevating this issue relative to behavioral health care. And so we're very pleased to be here. I am going to go right ahead and start screen sharing. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Thank you. Okay, so as many of you know, a number of legislators as well as advocates convened last November to begin a conversation about the mental health crisis that we have in the state of Maine. I believe I know that I sent all of my colleagues an email update about the summit on January 24th. And in that email included some of what we will be talking about today, as well as a copy of the entire video recording of the summit, and it's indexed so that you don't have to sit and watch the 5 hours of it if you don't want, but you would be able to pull specific components. We had consumers who were on a panel telling their lived experience. We had family members who are being impacted. We had providers and law enforcement included in our panel discussions, as well as lawmakers and policymakers, myself and legislative colleagues, Senator Moore being one of them, who discussed some solutions. We had 78 people in person join us at the Civic Center. We were following COVID protocol, masked and distanced. But we also had another about 135 folks watch online, which was really great. Again, this was kind of put together as an opportunity to help elevate this issue, which when we say behavioral health, we are including in that conversation mental health and substance use disorder, which both are at crisis levels in the state of Maine. So the summit was the beginning of a conversation, and we're hoping this can be a continuation of it. Senator Moore.
Thank you so much, Lori. I really appreciate it. I'm just to introduce myself. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well. And as Lori went on to talk about the summit itself, the summit highlighted our current crisis. Right now, there are only 87 mental health crisis workers for the entire state, as compared to over 2,500 law enforcement officers. And the 87 mental health crisis workers are leading to saturated involvement of the criminal justice system instead of the healthcare system. We had one of the sheriffs that talked about how his jail ended up being one of the largest mental health institutes in the state of Maine. So it is quite the crisis there. As of November 20th in 2021, over 2,300 people wait for openings for outpatient mental health treatment. Maine Health reported that 32 out of 45 emergency department beds are filled with individuals waiting for discharge for residential mental health care. We had a call a couple of weeks ago, and one mother talked about her child waiting 32 days in the emergency room for a residential mental health bed. More than 70 of our children are in out-of-state treatment centers due to the lack of capacity in Maine-based organizations, leading to isolation from families. And oftentimes part of the treatment plan is to include counseling with families or a circle of families, and the families are not able to go to the different states where these children are located to participate in their treatment plan.
Senator Moore, excuse me, may I ask, can we ask a question before we move on? I do have a question on number one about 87 mental health crisis workers. Okay, I was trying to find a word, because when I looked at that, I was going to ask you if that included the mental health workers within the state system, or is this all community crisis workers?
My understanding is that number was across the spectrum of the mental health crisis workers across the state.
Is that what we call mental health workers in the state system, like at Riverview, or that's something else, right?
These are just crisis workers.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, continuing on with what the summit highlighted, over 260 of the residential treatment beds for children remain empty due to the lack of staffing. So it's not just a matter of let's open more beds or throw more beds at it. We have beds, we just don't have the staffing to be able to actually provide the treatment that is so desperately needed. Children are experiencing a psychiatric crisis, often languish for days and sometimes weeks in beds in our hospital emergency department hallways, waiting for placement options. I mentioned that one parent that talked about it. I know in our hospital here in the Machias area, we had a young man who was waiting for a bed, had been there for almost, I think at that point in time was 2 to 3 weeks. And they found themselves in the middle of doing CPR. This young man walked into the treatment room and asked for a sandwich. It's just not the place for our children to be hanging out and waiting for residential beds. Our local county jails have become the holding tanks for adults experiencing a mental health crisis, leading to further decompensation for many. I know I've heard stories about one gentleman that all he does is he walks in circles in his cell, just back and forth, pacing. And he really does need to be getting help for his mental health crisis that he's under. But again, he's waiting in the county jail for a bed. And in the past year, over 20 mental health in residential programs, those are termed private non-medical institutions, PNMIs, in Maine have closed due to deficits in their finances and consequential lack of staffing. It's a serious crisis. And so as we also, one of the other highlights that came out of our, go ahead, Lori, that's fine. I'll just turn it over, is that 12 or more Mainers die each week due to opiate overdoses. So I think at this point, Leslie Clark is going to take over and talk some more about the epidemic itself and the implications as a result of it.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk about this and to see, this coming together, as Representative Gramlich said, with really understanding that substance use disorder and mental health issues are often very much together. And so we talk about at the Portland Recovery Community Center and Maine's Recovery Hub about there being like a trifecta to be able to really be able to help people recover, that every person can recover, but they need the recovery community supports, which I'll talk about in a minute, and they need medical care and they need behavioral health care. And any person may access one or two or three of those to find their recovery, but they really need to be able to have all of those things available. And right now we're seeing a true crisis. We are losing so many people that we know, people that we love, family members, children, members of our community. So just a little bit about what a recovery community organization is. For those of you who do not know, there are now 17 recovery community centers in Maine. There were 2 in 2017. So we're very glad to see the growth, and in rural areas and all throughout Maine, that there is a place where people can go and they can meet peers, people like themselves who have shared the same path. It may look a little bit different, but the same disease, and have found their way out and into recovery and can help them find the same. That's the basic premise. It's peer-to-peer, largely volunteer. I'm myself a person in recovery, and all of the people who work at PRCC, for example, are in recovery, and our board is mostly in recovery or recovery allies. So they are governed and run by people in recovery, helping other people find their recovery. They're often the stopping place or the bridge for people coming out of treatment, or people that find their way to a recovery community organization but need treatment. They need medically supervised withdrawal, they need a residential placement. And so we serve as that bridge to help people either as they come out, sustain their recovery, or to find their recovery. And so at a recovery community center, there are lots and lots of different kinds of support groups, multiple pathways, recovery coaching, telephone recovery support, pro-social activities like dancing, wellness activities like yoga, all of these things that are important to help people find and sustain long-term recovery. However, they don't take the place of treatment. And what we have seen is that it is, sometimes we hear, it shouldn't be easier to find drugs than it is to find treatment, to find help. And I think that's really where we are, and why we see these kinds of numbers. For example, I was at the center this morning. There was a young man there. He was, my guess would be he was on opioids. He was nodding. He could barely carry on a conversation. He had also been in recovery before, because he said he was trying to find his way back to recovery, and has serious mental health issues. We should be able to help someone like that immediately find the service that they need, find the medically supervised withdrawal, find treatment, find long-term, meaning it used to be 30 days, but find residential supports or housing or treatment centers where people can get stabilized, their brains can begin to heal. There is a growing body of evidence about the effectiveness of recovery community centers, and I think Maine can be really proud of how we are growing these centers all over the state, but they cannot replace treatment. And people need to be able to get treatment when they need it. The window is often very, very small. And until we can solve that, we are going to continue to see these stark and tragic numbers of the loss of beautiful lives that have so much promise. So I appreciate being able to be here and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leslie. And I think if it's with the indulgence of our chairs, we'll continue with the presentation and then have an opportunity for questions at the end. Does that sound okay, Senator?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So really, I'm just going to read this because this slide is just so powerful and poignant. Maine lacks a functional behavioral healthcare system, and we do not have an adequate strategic plan for our behavioral health system of care. Maine lacks access to consistent quality behavioral health treatment and social services, and we're not alone. Given that the American Academy of Pediatricians have announced a state of emergency for children's behavioral health services in America, really speaks to the fact that Maine, along with many states, if not all the states in our country, are really at a tipping point in terms of how we're addressing the needs for children's behavioral health care. So we had some pretty decent media coverage after the summit, and I will send to your committee, Senator and Representative, the PowerPoint presentation so that folks are able to access these points. But we've been getting really great coverage about the summit, and as many know, the chronic ongoing fractured system that we find ourselves in relative. So we can always talk about, where the problems are and what the issues are, but what we really wanted to do with the summit was try to have an opportunity to come away with some solutions. So these next slides will reference some solutions that were articulated at the summit. And I want folks to know that this is direct feedback that we got from participants of the summit, many of whom are in the system dealing with the reality of our fractured system in terms of, as I said earlier, consumers, professionals, and direct care workers. Accessing federal funds in terms of adjusting reimbursement rates will provide additional monies into the state that will directly and positively impact our workforce. I know Senator Moore talked about the 260 empty beds that we have in the state of Maine. Meanwhile, we have 70 children placed out of state. And so we'll hear a lot about people talking about the workforce issue. I can tell you that we do have folks that are in the field ready and willing to work. I work at the University of Southern Maine in the School of Social Work, and I can tell you every semester we graduate ESW and MSW students. However, if providers are not being reimbursed an adequate rate, they won't be able to afford young college graduates an adequate income to provide these services. So expanding opportunities for residential treatment and outpatient therapy and community mental health does not come without a cost, as we know. But the other takeaway that I want folks to understand is that these are prevention-based services, and quite often we don't always see the ROI, the return on our investment, right away. What we will see is a savings down the road in intervention and treatment type services, as Leslie talked about. And I know that this committee sees all the time now bills coming through to you that impact our criminal justice system. These are pieces of legislation that historically we have seen in the Human Services Committee, but because we have not done as good of a job as I think we have potential to do in the state of Maine, we're spilling. And now we're seeing folks that are in dire need of mental health services and substance use disorder services that aren't getting their needs met. And that's where the interface comes with criminal justice. So it's critically important to involve people with lived experiences in these systems and in these conversations. And it's equally important to be sure that we have all the stakeholders at the table to collaborate at the state level so that we are able to address this in a comprehensive way. We know that, as I said, there's spillover and there's an intersection with the criminal justice system. So it's very important that we have the Department of Public Safety at the table. It's very important that we have the Department of Health and Human Services at the table. And quite frankly, at times the Department of Education. This does not really impact one department within our state. And the folks that are suffering with these conditions live in every single one of our districts. It could be our mother, our father, our sister, our brother, our neighbor, our friend, but we are all impacted by it in some way, shape, or form. And I want to underscore that the feedback that we received is unedited and directly from participants of the November summit. Given that, we need to assure that our correctional institutions are not mental health facilities. I know Senator Moore referenced some conversations that she and we heard at the summit with law enforcement. And one of the sheriffs at the summit said that his county jail, we had in Aroostook County, and I know Sheriff, Saginaw County, Mary, I think, Joel Mary, he was also there. They articulated that their county jails are mini mental health institutions. And quite frankly, I feel that's unconscionable. Certainly, we know that data will drive good practice and accountability. So we're always looking to make sure that we do have good data. And finally, people who are unhoused have much more significant challenges with accessing mental health treatment and substance use treatment. One of the things that I thought would be really helpful for the committee to see, and again, I will send this to you all, is this flow chart. When we talk about what happens to a child in crisis, there's a lot of things that could happen. As we've talked about, they can end up in the correctional system. They can become home, they could be homeless. They don't have a place to stay. They don't have a bed. They could end up in the emergency department. They could end up in residential treatment. Obviously, we want to keep them in their home. And some of the legislation that Senator Moore and I and others have been working on would do just that. They're prevention-based initiatives that would keep kids in their home. And that's really where we want our children to stay and be. So I'm going to flip it back over to my good friend and colleague, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. So what we prepared for you is a slide, and then we also have a flyer, a one-page flyer that we'll be sharing with you that is identifying some of the mental health bills are the mental health bills on the special appropriations table that are awaiting funding. The first one, the LD, and I will note as an added note, most, if not all of these bills were passed out of committee either unanimously or with strong bipartisan support. So you've got LD 415 as a resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to increase main care reimbursement rates for our targeted case management to reflect inflation. Representative Stearns put that bill in. It shows you there the amount of monies that's asked for general fund, but the federal funding that goes with a federal match. We have 432, which is a resolve to improve the behavioral health care for our children. Representative Madigan has submitted that one. That is just the general fund is a very small amount of the 133,000. We've got LD 496, which is Representative Gramlich's bill, which is an act to increase timely access to mental health by increasing the main care reimbursement rates. And then the fifth one is the LD 582 that was put in by Representative Madigan as well. It was the act to support the fidelity and sustainability of the assertive community treatment plans. So we've been lobbying and trying to really see if there is not any way that we can fund these. That we are hoping that some of these might be included in the governor's supplemental budget that's going to be released tomorrow. We've not seen it yet, but that's what we have been trying to do, is get the word out of these critical bills that we do need to provide funding due to the mental health crisis that we're faced with here in Maine. A couple of other bills that are in committee right now, and some of them may be before the Health and Human Services. There's also some that I think is before your committee. So you've got the 1822, which is the act to improve access to behavioral health services by prohibiting cost sharing by insurers. You've got the 1848, which is an act to increase the availability of the assertive community treatment services. And then you've got 1862, which is the act to strengthen Maine's Good Samaritan laws concerning drug-related medical assistance. I believe you all heard that. I had the public hearing last week on that and have a work session that's coming right up. You also have 1877, whoops, that went too fast there, Lori. 1877, which is the act to prevent prior authorization requirements and the step therapy protocols for medications addressing the serious mental illness for Maine care recipients. I understand we're working on the fiscal note on that to assure that it is correct in what we're presenting to the committee. We've delayed our public hearing on that, I believe. LD 1910 is an act to improve children's mental health by requiring insurance coverage for certain mental health treatments. And then you've got 1968, which is the act to expand access to mental health and crisis care for individuals in jails and individuals experiencing homelessness.
So that is a lot of information. I recognize in a very short period of time, and I respect that it might be a lot to digest all at once, but we wanted to really give an overview and like I said, continue the conversation, because I really firmly believe that it's going to take each and every one of us to really tackle this head on to assure that Maine residents are getting the care that they need. I'm going to stop screen sharing so we can all see one another. Here we go. We would be happy to take any questions.
Well, I can say it's not new news. These are old, we've known this for a long time, haven't we? If you haven't been working in the business, especially the children who are sent out of state. Every school department or every city council or selectman are upset with the money going out there. Not upset about the mental illness, but the money going out. But that's the appropriate time in a public forum to start explaining to the public, the listening public, why that is.
If I may, Senator, a finer point to your observation is that the bills that Senator Moore and I have referenced could potentially prevent those children from being placed out of state. We know that we have 70 children receiving residential treatment out of the state of Maine. It costs approximately $210,000 to provide those services to children out of state. If they were able to get the same services in the state of Maine, apples to apples comparison, it would cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about $160,000 annually. If you do the math, we're spending somewhere in the neighborhood of a little over $14 million annually to provide services to children that we could be providing right here in the state of Maine at a cost savings of about $3.5 million annually.
I'd also be interested what kind of places. I know, remember the Devereaux cases where they're going. I've always been told that these are terribly hard to manage individuals with needing individual care or what have you. I'm not gonna say, you kept mentioning, or all of you, children. The crisis that I've seen is, and it happened in my own family, is the elderly and dementia and not having any beds, and trying to bring people who are disoriented and in their 80s and 90s at Riverview. So that's a chronic issue also. So thank you for correcting me also on the children. Yeah, that's a difficult one. And I will, let me just take a moment here. I have Representative Morales, followed by Representative Warren, and then Luckner. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Moore and Representative Gramlich. This is an incredible presentation. And, as someone who attended the summit, synthesizing it in the way that you have with this PowerPoint is incredibly helpful. So I really appreciate that it's all in one place. And I just thank you so much for this bipartisan work, and hoped that we can be helpful in our committee, and would love to know from you, like, how do we move forward together? And if you're thinking about that as a strategy.
Thank you, Representative. I really appreciate it. And, and Senator Moore, certainly you can speak for yourself eloquently. The one takeaway I think I would leave with you in answering your question, Representative Morales, is talking to our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to get them to prioritize these bills. These bills, as Senator Moore said, were all passed either unanimously out of committee or in a very strong bipartisan fashion. And they would go a really long way in helping to, it wouldn't be the silver bullet, but it would certainly go a very, very long way in addressing or beginning to address the acute problem that we have with our very fractured behavioral healthcare system.
Very well said, Representative. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. My question is for Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, I think that there's the myth going around that we've we've kind of solved the treatment issue, right? That we've put $110 million into it and look at all we've done and people can get treatment. We hear it in front of this committee. We do. We hear, look at all we've done. What kind of wait time are we looking at currently when somebody comes forward and says, I need help? Can you help me? Can you find me treatment? Can you get me connected? Can you give us just a little bit of what you're seeing actually being out there doing the work?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Representative Warren. And my first response is that there is quite the disconnect because on the ground, it is a very long time to be able to get someone in, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. There's a real shortage, in particular, medically supervised withdrawal or detox. I don't remember exactly how many beds there are, but very, very few. And what it looks like on the ground is someone sits and calls every few hours, milestone locally, or there's a whole sort of network in any case in any moment of, let's call this place and see if we can find money here. Could they take this person, for the very immediate, and then we could try to find something else, and not actually, this young man I talked about, I doubt we will be able to find some place for him. I mean, that is the tragic reality. And for anything more long-term, so for example, Milestone's long-term program or a few others, it's months. And the good news with main care expansion was more people have the ability, they have the funding, but there aren't the places to go. And people do still go out of town. And it's a scramble of, there is progress, but the reality right now is it is unlikely that we get someone help the day and the time that they need it and are ready for it. The right help. I mean, this young man can sit at the Portland Recovery Community Center he'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. As I walked out, I said, make sure the Narcan's near and keep an eye on him. But this is not where he's going to get well. This is where he should be able to get that bridge to where he needs to be. And then when he gets out of treatment, to come back to us, and we can help him find housing. We can help him find work. We can surround him with other people who've had his experience. And but he's not going to get well sitting in the living room of the PRCC. He needs mental health treatment, and he needs medically supervised detox, and he needs treatment.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Clark and Representative Gramlich for the great presentation, and Senator Moore, don't forget. So I've got a couple questions. I think first pertaining to, do we have any idea of the number of youth we could keep out of, Department of Corrections facilities if we were fully invested in these programs? Let's address that. Anybody, really?
I see not Leslie Clark, but I see Carrie Bickford nodding her head. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but maybe Carrie, you might be able to help Representative Lookner.
Thank you. I don't have a number off the top of my head, but I can tell you that community-based treatment, where they end up going out into the homes and working directly with the families and the children, a year after receiving these services, we still have kids at 97% of those families are still in their homes. So they're not going to the jails. They're not going to the homeless shelters. They're not going to the ERs. They're in the homes because the treatment works. And Maine was very well known for community-based treatment back when they first revamped the program. The problem that we're having is the rates. And we've been screaming and yelling. I mean, I've been with Pathways since 2015, and those rates have not gone up. So here it is, 2022, we used to serve over 400 families, and now we're down to about 120. So that just shows you what's happened. And then the wait lists have gone, crazy. I mean, we're up at 800 kids on a wait list right now. And if we have to wait another year, I don't know what to say. It's beyond a crisis. And we just, as a former rep who used to work, in a committee, I know you guys work in your committees, you have what we call the silos, and you do your work, and it's wonderful, and everybody concentrates on the bills that you see. But now we have overlap that we never had before. And the reason is because we can't pay our workers enough, so nobody's getting the services. And that's the bare bones truth. So we really need to take care of that.
Well said, thank you. So that 14 million number that was thrown out about youth being sent out of state for psychiatric treatment, is that in addition to, so that's completely separate from the, 18 or 19 million that we're spending on the biennium for Long Creek? It's completely
Absolutely. It's completely separate, Representative. These children who are placed out of state, that is what the average cost is to provide residential treatment for children out of state.
Yep, thank you. And then I had a second question about treatment and detox. There was a facility in Westbrook, I want to say, a couple of years ago that was closed down. Ms. Clark, this might be a question for you. Have we seen a dramatic increase in overdose deaths since that? Or, what's been the effect of that facility being closed?
So I think you're probably referring to the Mercy's Recovery Center, which had been a very long time and well-known and quality place for people seeking recovery. For many, many years, it was mostly alcohol and other drugs before the opioid crisis hit. As the opioid crisis hit, it converged in, I think it was 2015 when Mercy closed the Westbrook Recovery Center. So yes, I think that was one of many factors that also took away a well-respected quality treatment program for people that we no longer have.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I could go and I could talk on a couple of issues. I have an adult within our family who is still waiting for treatment from a very, very difficult situation that happened when she was abducted and is still not getting the help she needs. And she's been seeking that help out for since right about the time you said things were getting bad back in November. I also have another young juvenile with autism, and I've been associated with the family for a lot of years. And as the young fella has got older, it's got more difficult, and now it's got to the point where there's constant assaults at home on his mom and on his sister and so on. And yet there's no place for him to go. We can't get him anywhere. And my fear is, and I've reached out to DHHS and talked with them. And my fear is that one of these days, in a rage, he's going to either push his mother down the stairs or maybe his sister or something's going to go terribly bad. So I understand these situations you're talking about, but I also am a realist. And what I mean by that is I like to talk about the white elephant in the room. And there is a white elephant in the room as we talk about this, and that is funding. And funding, the white elephant in the room is these bills that you're referring to are all on the appropriations table. They've come out of committee, they go down there, and we know what happens to bills down there. And many times they die there because there's no funding available. But would you agree or not that if we started taking a look and prioritizing what we really need to do in this state, the things that we really need to take care of, and started doing them first and leaving the fluff and the things that would be nice if times were great and we had all kinds of money to do whatever we wanted to do. The feel-good bills and all of those things that have fiscal, if we took all of that money and cleaned up our government budget and took that money and set it off to the side and applied it to things like this that need to be, and first responders out here, the help, the wages for them, we'd be a lot better state and we'd provide a lot better service to each one of our constituents in our state. And that's what I leave with is whenever we start talking about this, whenever we go to appropriations, I always talk about that. There's money, it's just tied up in other things where it can't be loosened. And therefore, good things like this go, we ring the bell, we put out the protest signs or whatever you want to call it, and we make the noise about it, but nothing happens because there's no funding available. So I think really, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I think that's really where we need to start looking to try to get our house in order to do that. Thank you, and sorry for the commentary.
You're exactly right, Representative Pickett. I agree with you totally. And that's why we're trying to get the word out right now, because you're exactly right. Instead of having all these fluff programs, we have a crisis. We have a mental health crisis. And so we're just trying to get the word out about these bills, that if we could prioritize them and fund them instead of some of the other, as you call them, fluff. That's our job. And I think that as legislators, that's exactly what we need to do when we start talking about the budget and what monies we have, because we know funding is limited. So I agree with you totally in what you were saying. Thank you for bringing that up.
And thank you, Senator Moore. And Representative Pickett, I might just add that these bills, while they have a fiscal note on the offset on the front end, they will end up saving money on the other end in terms of interventive type treatment that folks need. And some of the folks on this committee are well aware, but I will say it again out loud. Before I became a member, as a social worker, I worked in various nonprofit organizations and I was a registered lobbyist. And I would advocate for these types of bills and this type of legislation. I've been working on this issue for 20 years. And I have failed to see in every legislative session that this is not the first time that these bills have been, iterations of these bills have been on the AFA table. And I have failed to see that they've been made a priority. And we are now beyond a tipping point, which is why we're having this conversation with you all. And we're going to continue to have the conversation because it's just that important.
Chairman, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I just want to add to that is that this whole group that has formed, even last session, the mention of the summit was what we left June, hoping to have, and we all came together from all areas and brought all these people together, associations, lobbyists, legislators, you name it, just consumers, families. And it happened and it was awesome. And that was not the end all. It was the beginning. And here we are now, we're reaching out to committees individually, which we never had to do before. And that's, it is a crisis. And Representative Pickett, I totally agree with you. And we did as a group, which was very difficult to do, but we whittled that down to 4 bills. Now there's a lot of bills out there that we'd love to see passed, as you probably all would yourselves. But these were the 4, call it our Christmas list, if you will. But it's not the answer, it's a start. It certainly is going to make a difference because like I said before, waiting another year for the department to, do their work, and they're doing great work. I'm not saying they're not, but we need the help now, and we need to right this ship because we are going off course. We are so off course. We are in another world right now. And these people can't wait. And the stories that Representative Pickett just told, I do other work in my other life. And one of the people that hired me to do some painting, mother of 2 autistic children, pregnant with her 3rd child. And, she's got her hands full, says she can't get help. She can't get services. She lives, in a town where you'd think that she'd be able to access that. Can't get it. And I don't know how people are getting by. And so, yes, the crisis is getting worse and worse and worse. And we're seeing more deaths. We're seeing more people in the ERs. We're seeing more people in the jails. And so, yes, We are all coming together, and we need you to, we're asking other legislators, we're meeting with AFA members like this to ask them to please make this a priority. We have to. I don't understand why it's not. And I guess that's where Lori and I, came together way before, 5, 6, 7 years ago. We're last time we had rate increases, we had rotary phones. Does that not tell you where we've been? And it's just, it needs to happen. So I'll stop, but thank you so much for listening.
I'm gonna sound like I really don't know anything, because I don't. It's been a long time since I worked with juveniles. But I was a city councilor for many years, and whenever the education department came for their budget, there was always one counselor asking, what about these 14 kids that are out of state? What's that all about? My question is, number one, when a referral is made to go out of state, the funding come from the state, or does it come from the individual community? State? You're muted, but I think I read your you mouthed it, I saw it. Are all those children clients of Department of Health and Human Services? No? Could someone explain that to me?
So it depends on, thank you, Senator DeChambeau. It depends on what you're referring to when you say clients of the department. Some children may be, families may be main care recipients, some may not. They may be working with the department in some capacity, and others, and nonprofit organizations and community mental health organizations and many others in their respective communities. And as Representative Pickett described with his example, there's a young man, a young child, a youth who might be at a tipping point in terms of not having the treatment needs met that he needs, and may become violent in his family. And so these families are desperate to get the help they need. And it gets to the point where it has gotten so bad that they know they need residential treatment. And we don't have the staff in our residential treatment facilities in the state of Maine to offer those services to these children. And so very often families are left in an untenable decision in terms of how to get the care they need for their child or not. And if the only option that they now are being presented with is within the department to go out of state, that's what they end up doing. I know that's not a direct answer to your question in terms of clients, but I would suggest that these kids and these families come from a multitude of places, not just clients of the department.
I'm going to stop there, but I do have more questions. Let me just take a look. I have, Carrie, if you put your hand down, please. Leslie Clark and Representative Luckner.
And thank you again, Senator Moore and Representative Gramlich. I wanted to just weigh in, if I may, about some perspective on the rates and why the funding is so important. When in 2001, I was CEO at Community Counseling Center, which is now Maine Behavioral Health, and the reimbursement rate for an outpatient session, whether that was with a child who had experienced sexual abuse and had post-traumatic stress, or an adult, the basic rate was $126. And by 2010, that rate had decreased to $67. What happens is, and what happened is, the ability to have staff who are salaried and have benefits and have reasonable caseloads and are able to provide and continue to learn the best evidence practices has eroded over time. And the system has become so much more fragmented. And I feel that this is truly a crisis. Add COVID, add the opioid epidemic on top, and it's not hyperbole to say that this has become a crisis, and it can't hold. And the tragedy is obvious, but I just want to also note the hope side and the what is it, penny wise, pound foolish of putting these supports and everything in place. You know, I have the best job in the world. I see all these people, especially young people, as they recover and see the light come on in them and witness thousands, not hundreds, thousands of people getting better. We just, it's possible for people to get well. And those same young people are getting jobs, they're getting cars, they're going back to school. They're proud of paying taxes. They're proud of the contributions that they're making. And so there's no question in my mind from the research or my own now long experience as a social worker and my personal experience as a person in recovery and mental health issues recovered, is that this all works. There is a light, and with all the right priorities, we really can turn this around. And I really wanted to share that. I just so know that to be true, and we can build our economy, and we can build our state, and we can save lives.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the panel. It's a really tragic topic. Predating the pandemic, there was an increase nationally in teen suicide. I'm wondering if we're seeing that in Maine. I just know in my high school, back in 98 through 2002, we had a spat of like 3 or 4 suicides for a high school of like 750 kids. And I found out years later that the CDC had commissioned a study on that. And that was considered like a spell or something. So just anecdotally, I know, in Maine, we've had that issue, and it's just it's an unfathomable tragedy. But are we seeing an increase in suicidality in teens in Maine?
We are, Representative Lookner, and we can get you some more specificity around that data. And we certainly didn't mean to exclude that topic because it's critically important. I will share with you and your colleagues, I did hear an interview done in November with the director of psychiatry at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Her name is Dr. Tammy Benton. And she was talking specifically about the increased rates of suicide among youth and how it has exacerbated due to the pandemic. And it's about a 15-minute interview. I'm happy to share it with folks. It was quite enlightening. And one of the major takeaways that she left folks with at the end of the interview was one of the and this was out of Philadelphia, and this had to do with, nationwide. One of the most effective things that we can do to begin to address not only the increased rates of suicide, but certainly young people's mental well-being, mental health, behavioral health care, substance use disorder, is to examine and increase the rates for which we are reimbursing people to provide the services. And I feel very redundant in saying it, but it's just that simple. It is not going to be the end all. It will be the beginning of an opportunity to address this crisis that we are now seeing ourselves in.
Well,
I think coupled with that, may I just make one quick comment?
No,
I think
go ahead.
coupled with that, thank you, Senator. Coupled with that, I think also is the work that is being done to help increase the workforce availability. There's all different things that we're working on. We're trying to education-wise, certification-wise, and so forth. And I think that that's also going to be a very important hand in hand with the rate structure itself and the increasing of the rates. I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we all needed to be reminded, those of us who don't do this all the time. but they're our kids, so. Well, I'm looking at the clock. We have one more bill. Again, I thank you, and probably it was meant to be that where I apologize. We had to, I hope the Representative Warren advised you that I skipped out that day. I had another commitment. So again, thank you, and I'm sure we'll see each other and we'll talk about this some more. So.
Thank you, Senator. I'm so glad that you and your colleagues are able to provide the opportunity for us to share with you this really important issue. I will tell you all that we have re-energized our Behavioral Health Caucus. It's a nonpartisan opportunity for lawmakers to get together to discuss these issues more in depth. And our next meeting is a Zoom meeting, which will be this Thursday at 5 o'clock.
I will also add that we did also make a presentation to the Health and Human Services Committee so that we would together, we'll all work together for collaboration to make sure this happens. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you.
The last one we have is, let's see if it is, LD 1903. And this is an act to update criminal related statutes and respond to decisions of the law court. And this is a work session, and I will turn it over to Ms. Overton.
Thank you, Senator. This is LD 1903, an act to update the criminal and related statutes and respond to divisions of the law court. This bill is almost a duplicate of LD 710 from last year, which was vetoed, and the veto was not overridden. And oh, is that true? I think that is true. Laura Ustak is here. She's Assistant Attorney General, and she is now the chair of the Criminal Law Advisory Commission. And she's really the person you should rely on to tell you particularly about this bill. My understanding is that's multiple part bill. I guess it's got 7 pages. Parts A, B, C, and D are the same as LD 710 from last year. LD E is the same as was presented to you in Part E, is the same as presented to you in LD 710. But in your committee amendment, you elected to change the culpable state of mind from the way Clark presented it to you to what you felt it should be. And so Part E is presented to you the way Clark originally presented it to you. And in this bill, in the summary, it lays that right out for you. Clark was not trying to hide it at all. They wanted to bring to your attention that they fully expect there will be some discussion of the state of mind requirement in Part E. Do you want to bring over Assistant Attorney General Laura Ustak?
Of course, yes. Yes, I do. She's there.
Hi.
There she is. Go. Good afternoon, Ms. Ustak.
Good afternoon, Senator. How are you?
I'm great. Seeing you, I always think it's Friday.
We can wish, right?
Okay, thank you. So anybody, did you want, okay, I've got one hand up to begin. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure if Laura can answer my first questions, but I think I know she probably should be able to answer the second one. do we have info? I know it was talked on the other day when we had the hearing. Do we have info on the clack votes for each part? And what I mean by that were some of them, I assume, was a unanimous decision to go ahead with what it was, but were there any here that were split, that some of the group was apart from the other?
Good afternoon, Representative Pickett. Thank you. And I did not go back and look at the specific numbers, but from my memory, the only one on which we were split was Part E. One of the members did propose addressing a different issue in the bill having to do with the bail code, but we decided not to go there in this bill because it would have involved a lot more work. And that's something that we set aside to look at with Jane in the future. But with respect to Part E, the group was almost split down the middle.
Okay.
Not quite, but almost.
And the part that was how it's written here in the bill, that was the part that most of you were in favor of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't know who can answer this question. I think possibly even the bill sponsor might be able to, but I think I'm thinking of the same bill. Were there some issues? Was it this bill that there was some issues that Julie, I think it's Julie Finn brought up from the, or am I getting this mixed up with a different bill? There were some technical issues there that we talked about.
You're thinking of my bill LD 1604 from Friday.
Oh, that was the fish and game and
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I just wanted to make sure if this was the bill that those were taken care of.
Yeah. This
Okay,
bill with our change, LD 710 with our change of the culpable state of mind was a unanimous vote of this committee last year, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Booker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up that conversation around the culpable state of mind in Section E once again. I'm still in favor of us changing the CLAC recommendation away from knowing, and I think reckless is a middle ground. I personally feel that criminal negligence is perfectly adequate if you're looking at gross sexual assault or unlawful sexual contact or unlawful sexual touching. I think it's something that we as a society can expect to know that people should not sexual touch or sexual contact, come into sexual contact with other folks. And the recklessness standard, as Attorney Ustak explained, still requires some level of knowing and then conscious disregard for your knowing. Whereas criminal negligence is assuming that we don't need to prove in a court of law that the person knew that they were doing wrong, because it's a common understanding that we don't do that, from my perspective. So in Section E, I'm okay if we want to stick to what we had the unanimous support for last time of moving it from knowing to reckless, but I personally would feel better about criminal negligence.
Interesting. Good. I have Representative Rickett followed by Jane. Okay. Go ahead, Representative Rickett.
The reason my hand's up is because is for a confession, which is to say I cannot remember which piece of this bill the governor cited when she vetoed this bill. Was it simply this phrase we're discussing right now?
No.
No?
It had to do with sexual behavior between children. And that part is no longer in this bill.
Okay, thank you. So there would be in your mind no barrier to us doing what we did before.
Exactly. Yes. At least it wasn't written in the veto letter. It had to do with a completely different section.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Overton.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that when I opened. That was part B from LD 710, and Clark agreed in moving these issues forward this year to remove part B. It had to do with the age of children involved in sexual acts.
Mhm.
Sorry I missed that, but I'll catch up. It's so cold in here, I'm sneezing. Anyone else have a question or comment? Representative Fluker.
Do you want to entertain a motion, Madam Chair, or would you prefer to stay somewhere else?
No, I was ready to ask the same question, but
Okay.
if you, okay, why don't we
I would move.
have a motion?
I would move on to pass as amended, exchanging knowing with criminal negligence.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Been moved by Eva with Representative Fluker, and seconded by, is that Representative Warren did that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on that? I see Senator Seaway's name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Laura Eustack a question, if it be permitted.
Yes, of course.
Why on this, is it gonna be one or the other? Why couldn't, I'm just asking about this criminal negligence. Why couldn't it be knowingly, recklessly, and or criminal negligence all included?
Good afternoon, Senator. Well, it is depending on which level you choose. If you choose the lowest level of culpable mental state, if you were to choose criminal negligence,
Yeah.
and if the state proved anything higher, they've necessarily proved the lower one.
Okay.
You see what I mean? But if you choose up the higher culpable mental state, if you were to choose knowingly, and the state could only prove that the actor was reckless with respect to whether or not the person acquiesced, or could only prove that the actor was criminally negligent, that would not be sufficient to establish that the actor knew the other person had not acquiesced. Does that make sense?
So by putting criminal negligence, you're covering the other two?
You're covering all four
All
culpable mental
four.
states.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you say criminal negligence, and we'll say somebody accidentally, I don't know, maybe they weren't looking and they waved their hand and they touched somebody wrongly. What does that constitute a crime?
Well, and you use the word accident, and because you use the word accident, I'll say no, it does not, because criminal negligence still implies some level of culpability. So if you look at the definitions that
Like a reckless thing in a sense, right?
In a sense, but it's slightly lower. It's slightly lower, and I have to point you to the definitions, and Jane gave these to you in her bill analysis.
Yeah.
So if you look at the definition of criminal negligence, and there are a couple of different definitions there, but the one we're looking at is 4B, because this is what's called an attendant circumstances element. So, and I'm sorry, but I have to back up a little bit for you. So crimes are made up of different elements, and think of them like puzzle pieces, and they all fit together. And culpable mental state is one piece of the puzzle. And the forbidden conduct is another piece of the puzzle. And a result is another piece of the puzzle. And an attendant circumstance is another piece of the puzzle. Very often in sex crimes, there are these attendant circumstances elements. And they're usually things like the age of the victim and the age of the actor, or the age difference, or whether or not the other person has acquiesced. So acquiescence in this type of crime is one of those attendant circumstances elements. So the definition of the culpable mental state that you're going to look at in each case, and if you look at intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and criminal negligence, you can see there's an A option and a B option.
Right.
The A option applies to the result. We're not concerned with the result here. The B option applies to the attendant circumstances. Acquiescence is an attendant circumstance. So your focus has to be on that B definition. And if you look at criminal negligence, the actor, the defendant, has to fail to be aware of a risk that certain circumstances exist. So applying it to this crime, the actor would have to fail to be aware that the other person did not acquiesce. But then you have to dig down a little bit deeper because, well, what does it mean to fail to be aware? And the statute tells you, it says, well, failure to be aware isn't just any old failure to be aware. It's not just being completely oblivious. It has to be a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would use. So that's when I say that it's not an accident, because there's that objective element. It's measured against a reasonable person standard. What would a reasonable person in the same situation have thought or been aware of? Does that help?
Yeah. So what was the argument? I'm just following up on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm watching, I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what would be the thought process when there was a divided thought on this, where one may cross the line, one might not, on the culpable state of mind?
Well, the big difference between, for example, choosing knowingly and choosing recklessly.
Yeah.
So if a person knowingly, if a person acts knowingly with respect to whether or not the other person acquiesced, that means that they're aware the other person did not acquiesce. I know, and I did it anyway. If a person acts recklessly, they're consciously disregarding the risk. I know, based on everything that's going on around me, there's a risk that this person did not acquiesce, and I'm going to do it anyway. So that's it. And it can be a really fine line. And one of the reasons it's so difficult is that obviously, people don't wear their culpable mental states, emblazoned across their foreheads. We have to prove culpable mental state based on the circumstances, the things that happened, the things that people did and said, because we can't see inside their brains. We have to prove that by what they are saying and doing. But the big distinction between knowingly and recklessly in terms of how these culpable mental states play into defenses, and you see this pointed out in the letter from the Attorney General, and I think in some of the testimony that was offered last year on 7/10, is that the defendant's voluntary intoxication is immaterial to whether or not they disregarded the risk if there's
Right.
recklessness.
Yeah.
Whereas if the culpable mental state is higher, if the culpable mental state is knowingly, then the defendant could say, well, I could raise the issue of intoxication and say, I was so intoxicated that you, state, couldn't prove that I knew.
Yeah.
So by choosing a lower culpable mental state, in many cases, you can render that argument irrelevant. Not in all cases, but in many cases.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Now, so just criminal negligence would cover all of them, basically.
Criminal negligence, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Galway versus Gallagher, Reckitt, with Representative Pickett following.
You're on mute, Representative.
Yeah, my hand was residual. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative Pickett. I'm not wishing to speak.
Okay to speak, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. AJ Ustack, I guess what I want to be, I'm clear on the explanation you just gave on that issue. I see how all four of them are in play if you go down to that level. I understand that. But can you just tell me that it says last year the Criminal Justice Committee considered the same proposal and amended the state of mind recklessly with regard to whether the other person had not acquiesced. But why? What is in part 5 of how Clack came out this time? What was the justification of coming out with this recommendation in part 5 compared to what we're getting ready to vote on? Or is it the same thing? It looks like it's not the same thing.
I want to make sure I understand your question. So what
I mean,
Clack
the
has,
motion that's on the floor is ought to pass with a change from knowingly to criminal negligence. Is that what 5 is telling us, that's what you Clack had recommended in this bill, the way it was originally written, what we have in front of us without this additional language? Or
no.
And I want to know why Clack fell on the other, to
Okay.
a different standard.
Okay, so last session, Clack recommended knowing, the culpable mental state of knowing. And that was the culpable mental state that the law court assumed for purposes of reviewing the case that led to this change in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So Clack looked at the case and went with the knowing standard. Last year, the committee voted to adopt one step lower, recklessness. This year, the amendment is to go to the lowest culpable mental state of criminal negligence. That's my understanding of what the motion is in front of you.
Yes, that's what it. But Clack is
Yeah.
coming in with having it be knowingly this year or recklessly?
Yes, knowingly. Clack went back to knowingly, and most of the discussion focused around, quite honestly, not the distinction between knowing and reckless, but whether or not Clack should go with its original proposal or adopt what the committee amended it to. So it felt like more of a procedural discussion than a substantive discussion. I will note that I think more, and again, I'm going based on my memory here. I think most of the, well, I can't say who voted I can't say who voted for what. But the substantive difference to me is that if you go with recklessness or with criminal negligence, because it's a lower culpable mental state, that issue of voluntary or self-induced intoxication becomes less of an issue in proving a sexual assault like this.
Okay, thank you.
Jane?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Eva if she could bring up on screen share the bill analysis and scroll down to the second page, please, Eva, where the culpable states of mind are. It just helps to have those. Yep, go back up a little. And can you make that window big taller so that more fits? Can't make the window bigger. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's good, good. So you can see now intentionally, and as to attendance circumstances, that means aware of the existence of such circumstances or believes they exist. Knowingly, and with regard to attendance circumstances, once again, it's B. With respect to attendance circumstances, when the person is aware that such circumstances exist. Recklessly, B, for attendance circumstances is the person consciously disregards a risk that such circumstances exist. And criminal negligence, B, is with respect to attendance circumstances, fails to be aware of a risk that such circumstances exist. So those are the choices. And CLAC really, they submitted what they submitted last year and knew that they were giving it to you to make a decision. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura, you were saying, and I just want to get it written in my notes, that with criminal negligence, the issue of self-induced intoxication becomes, and I lost track and I didn't get it written down.
I believe the language of the statute, and it's section 37 in the criminal code.
I was looking for, I can read it 17,000 times, and I have, trust me. But when you give me good examples like that, I tend to write those down because they help me so much more. So when I think of somebody doing gross sexual assault of someone else, I think personally that the fact that they were intoxicated or self-induced intoxication shouldn't let them have a pass. But you explain it much better. So could you try to recreate how you were just describing it for us? I'm sorry.
Well,
Just the
you
way my
have,
brain works.
Representative Warren, you have certainly captured the gist of it, because if a person by virtue of self-induced intoxication, and self-induced intoxication, like so many else in the criminal code, it has a definition. And it's not going to be because somebody else gets the person drunk, or if the person doesn't know what it is that they're ingesting. I mean, self-induced intoxication, the person has to, and again, here's a culpable mental state vocabulary, but the person who's drinking has to intentionally or knowingly take that substance, whether it's alcohol or drugs or something else. And know or ought to know that it's going to have that type of effect on the person. It wouldn't count if somebody else made the defendant drink the alcohol, or if it were taken pursuant to medical advice. That's not self-induced intoxication. But if it is truly self-induced intoxication, a person can say, state, you haven't proved that I was able to form the requisite culpable mental state, that I was able to form in my mind the awareness of the lack of acquiescence. That's, the person can't say that if we're talking at the level of recklessness or criminal negligence.
Very helpful. Thank you. Senator, that was all I had, and that little exchange is why I'm going to vote yes on the motion made by Representative Pluker.
Can we hear what the motion was again?
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Could someone?
Senator,
Go ahead.
Senator Searway was asking to hear the motion said again, and I'm wondering if Representative Pluker would be willing to do that since he made the motion.
I would. We're basically moving. So if you look at the summary of the bill, we're looking at section E, and instead of it being the actor knows that the other person has not acquiesced, we're going to say, and then we substituted in our last language, we said the actor, I think I'm having to shuffle back and forth between Jane's thing here. We put in the bill, maybe I'm getting too, yeah, we put in last year recklessly with regard to whether the other person had not acquiesced. And now we're going to say criminally negligently with regard to whether the other person had not acquiesced. So we're moving it from knowing to criminal negligence, which would be inclusive of all 4 states of culpable mens rea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, could I have just a 5-minute break to have a Zoom caucus?
Yeah.
Shelley, you want to get that for me, please? Thank you.
Ms. Husak, I hope you're available when it comes up for a vote in the Senate. I will recognize you. Yeah, that will be a first. There are, I think, 4 attorneys, I think, in the Senate. That's where I think. I'll make a video.
Laura, could you tell me, I'm looking at Part E, and I'm just trying to get my head around where the words are going. It seems to me the next to last sentence on the first page.
Yeah, is it okay to talk now since not everybody's here? I just don't know the rules. I'm sorry.
Probably not, but I'm just trying to figure out where I put the word in this thing so that I know what I'm doing. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I have a drafting suggestion if you want to call on me when when everybody's
When we
back.
come back in, yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great, because I'm just,
Yeah, I know. I have to scribble in the margins to make
Yeah.
it work.
It looks like I should be in a caucus right now. Senator Searway, I didn't know we had session planned for Wednesday. My calendar was empty.
Oh, I know it.
We're all set to go, Senator.
Pardon?
We're all set to go whenever you are.
Well, I was. Matter of fact, I was the only one left. Did we have a caucus?
Yeah.
We didn't, I don't think we needed one, so I didn't have one.
Okay. Well, when I was left here alone, I thought, where's the party? And I'm not there. Okay.
Just me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's a better conversation.
No, I was with Laura. That was fine. Thank you. Okay. Well, Representative. Was Representative Lookner and Morales with you? Oh, no, excuse me, that's my mistake. There we go. So, all right, I forgot where we were at this point. Yes, thank you, Jane.
Hi. Perhaps it would help if Laura could read to us an example of what the language would look like working in the criminal negligence.
Are people still confused, or are we just ready to vote?
We're all set to go.
Okay.
I mean, if
I don't
people are
mind her
still,
reading. I don't mind her reading it if they want, but I'm all set to go.
I'm set. If people still have questions, of course, we'll read it as many times, but if people are clear and we just want to vote, it's up to everybody. Anybody
We'll
have
see.
questions?
We'll see it on language review in the end, right?
Yes.
That's fine.
All right, Eva, do you want to start calling a roll call, please? Thank you. You may proceed.
Great, that was an ought to pass as amended. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Reckett, yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner, yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain is absent. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman.
He's gone.
Absent.
He had to leave.
Representative Fluker.
Yes.
Representative Fluker, yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway, yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator Shamble, yes. So it was 9 yes, 4 absent.
Good, thank you. Unless I hear anything else, that brings us to a close for today.
Can I have one question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just am wondering if is there anything being done toward Representative Sharp being involved in committees? He hasn't been to a committee this year at all, and the reason I say that is not because I know everybody has different things going on, but when you're not in the committee, even though you can go back in and read testimony, you don't get a chance to hear the back and forth between questions and stuff that you do just by reading the testimony and stuff, to be just well informed, to be able to vote on each and every bill. And I just think I think it makes it hard for somebody to be able to really be well informed to be able to vote. And I know this has been an issue now for the last 3 years, and I just wondered if there was any kind of movement going on to try to make a difference in that. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
I agree. I struggle with that. It's hard to be a lead when you have a committee member who's not able to be here. As you might imagine, it adds a lot of work to my plate. When we have days of lots of votes, we will have a new committee member be appointed in for exactly that reason.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Let me ask you, Representative Warren, does that mean if Representative Sharp does want to come back, does he talk with leadership or how does
He
that?
does, well, just to be clear, he does want to come back. He's in a very tough employment situation. He is still on the committee. When we have days with lots of votes, the speaker will appoint us a new member for exactly the same reasons that Representative Pickett just brought up.
All right, thank you. So, yes, Representative Wernicke, you've got a half a finger up.
I just wanted to ask really quick, when you said that, Representative Warren, if that committee, if that person that he appoints hasn't been during the public hearing, doesn't that still make it a little more difficult? I'm just asking because I'm just curious, that's all.
I'll leave that for you to talk to the speaker about. I'm really just the messenger here.
Okay.
I'm really just the one dealing with a lot of extra work. But if you have questions about that, I'm sure the speaker could answer those.
Thank you.
All right, we shall see each other Thursday and Friday. We have
We may pass each other Wednesday in the House.
yeah.
Right.
Thursday, people, there are 5 work sessions, and Friday, oh, I hate Fridays with this much. 2 public hearings, and no, 3 public hearings and 2 work sessions. So this is going to be a tight week. And Eva, we welcome you back anytime. So thank you for your help in the last couple of days. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
I think Eva, Senator, I think Eva has a question for you.
Oh, does she? Oh, okay. I thought she just pushed the wrong button. Okay, go ahead, Eva.
It's just a little remark. I'm not going to be here, and on Thursday, you'll have a different clerk covering. I might be back on Friday for you, but I do have the IDEA committee on Thursday.
Okay, thank you for reminding us of that.